All right, welcome everybody. This is going to be an epic Tesla Q1 2025 earnings call. We have the gang here with us today. We're co-streaming this in several channels. We have this co-streaming in James Invest Answers channel as well as Brian White's Futuraza. And we're going to cover a lot today. We're going to start off with here. We're going to share this at this point here just to give everybody a sense of what we're going to cover today. First of all, right now we're starting, it's a pre-show, but expect in about half an hour from now, Tesla normally drops their financials deck. We'll take a look at that. It's full of the actual earnings information. We're going to go through that line by line. And then at 2:30, so that's about 2 hours from now, that's when the actual Tesla official event occurs. We'll play that live here. You can listen in, just like as if you logged into their website. And then after it ends, we'll do a post-show analysis. What I've done today is brought together the best panel you can imagine to be here. You got Jeff Lutz, who is the manufacturing supply chain expert. You got Alexander Mertz. She's got board and governance experience. James Invest Answer is our finance stock analysis expert. Cern Basher will be joining us later. He's finance or robotics. You got Brian White from Futuraza. He's factories and auto business. And of course, he's got his own deep channel as well. And then later we'll be joined by Larry Goldberg of Business and Energy. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, Herbert.
Hey there.
Yeah. Let's start off with you, James. Why don't you tell us what you're expecting to this call? What should we be aware of?
Yeah, well, it's funny. I looked at I think the last 9 earnings calls, and the average return plus and minus is minus 1.8%, but it can be very volatile. Sometimes it can be flat, sometimes it can be explosive to the upside and to the downside. But overall, on average, it's a crapshoot. And I hate to sound vague. This call, the success of this call will be a function of any surprise or ace that Elon has up his sleeve, whether it's FSC take rate, stuff we talked about before, Megapack, blowout quarter with crazy margins. There's even some theories that I know Jeff would probably know about. There's even a theory that ZEV credits could be $800 million, which could push earnings per share up to 54 cents in Q1. And I've also spent a lot of time looking at the short interest in shares and analyzing those too. So it's interesting. You would have expected, with all the negativity that's out there right now, that short interest would be to the moon. And it has gone up year to date 2025 by about 15%, but it's way off where it used to be in 2024. And that's kind of interesting to me in terms of number of shares that are short. But either way, it does set up for a good squeeze if there is a surprise up the sleeve. And the rest of the surprise would be Model 2 or scale back Model Y. And then yesterday we saw, of course, those stamped plates from the Robotaxi from Joe Tegmeyer. That is super exciting. That shows, maybe they have the new GIGA casting up and running. Maybe they're testing it. Maybe they're already planning to scale Robotaxi in 2025. That would be big. That would be a surprise. And there's so much more, but I don't want to take too much time.
Yeah, thanks, James. I do have actually those photos of those stamps. We'll take a look at what that means. So most of us are expecting earnings and the numbers to not be as good. But this morning, Elon actually made a post. You guys tell me what he thought he's saying here, but he forwarded this post by Elon Clips where he was in a video, and I'll play that, where he said, I remember for 3 years straight, it would just be headlines thrashing Tesla over and over and over again, and our sales went up. Elon forwarded that post with this emoji of, I don't know why that happened. I don't know if he's referring to just what happened then. Is he referring to what might happen now? Let's listen to what he actually said.
For 3 years straight, it would just be like headlines just trashing Tesla, just over and over and over again. And our sales went up. So I'm like, okay, yeah. So I'm like, I guess keep trashing us, because at the end of the day, people were like, oh yeah, I just kept reading about Tesla. I don't know why, but I just kept reading about it. I can't remember what the article was about, but I know I read about Tesla 17 times. All press is good press. There's some truth to that, Yeah. So
I don't know if that's what we're going to hear today. Jeff, what are you thinking?
Yeah, no, it was interesting that was forwarded. I think we're going to hear a business update on Q1 and what transpired. I don't think, again, I think the revenue numbers, the EPS numbers, and the gross margin. I think the gross margin numbers are going to come in lower. I think the analysts have consistently underreported the magnitude of the Model Y changeover. This is the number one selling vehicle in the world. This is the number one selling and production vehicle for Tesla. And they took 4 factories down almost concurrently and changed them over. And there are implications of doing that. The factories aren't running. The fixed costs are still there. They need to be absorbed into a smaller number of units. We built about 100,000 less units than we've been trending from the prior 2 quarters. There's also some seasonality. These aren't excuses. This is exactly what happened in the quarter. I'm sure Tesla will walk through that and what those implications are moving forward. I think some of that stuff is honestly more one time than not, especially the gross margin hit. I do think they'll just steadily start improving, not be great, but start improving again in Q2 and going forward. We obviously want to hear as well what's going on with the new affordable vehicles. It was referenced in 3 or 4 earnings reports in a row. There's very explicit language about it in the last 2 earnings reports. They said in the first half of this year we'll be producing these products. And then there's these excessive tariffs that have been put on, abrupt and excessive tariffs. So that does change the landscape, I believe, for low and mid-tier products. So I'll be interested to hear if Elon comments on those products and what happens. I think it could be a delay or not, but if it is, it would be in the window of, call it 30 to 90 days while they work through the implications of what's happening with trade. Maybe these products also launch in different regions first and not actually come to the U.S., which would, be terrible for the U.S., but that's the current situation that we're in. But really, finally, the show is about, the Tesla show is about unsupervised and getting to greater levels of autonomy and robotaxi. So what's been cooking the last 6 months? We haven't seen a new FSD release, a major release. We've been on the 13.2 series that was pushed at the end of November. So what have you been cooking in the background? How has the model improved? We saw it do, in 6-month timeframes, we were seeing it do 10x improvement. So what's happened? Have some more features been implemented in terms of, the full robotaxi experience? Is FSD supervised solved? Are they close to solving unsupervised? Are they on the precipice of that? What are they seeing in the versions that they're driving? So I think that will be very interesting and are all the future milestones on track that associate with it.
Wow.
So what I'm seeing is a lot of excitement going on. Jeff had a great post on X the other day, and this is really what you're watching right now is a crossover episode. If you want the little taste of this all day, follow all of us on X, and you'll get these conversations and more. When Jeff was saying, look, we haven't seen a major update, and some people are worried about that, I said, right, and that's the wrong thing to be worried about. It's not like they stopped working. It's that they're working on the final version, the version we expect to see coming out. Is it coming out? Is June going to be Robotaxi Day? Well, you can look for some clues. One clue is they've got test drivers out in Austin already. We have seen them. We have verified this. And then yesterday we see cast parts that look like they are from for the new Cybercab, which means they're not just going to launch with Model 3s or Ys. I believe it would be mostly Model Ys, but these parts here you can see that that are about the right size for a Cybercab, and they make sense. So there's going to be some pain this quarter, as was pointed out. The best-selling vehicle, Tesla's bread and butter, was down for retooling for the first time ever. That is mostly done. This quarter, we saw the big fear, uncertainty, and doubt around, the sales are collapsing in all these different markets. And then, of course, what they didn't say is, sales were down, 70% in Germany for January, right? But then they doubled in February and doubled again in March. That's because you can't sell something that isn't for sale, and now they're for sale again. So while Q1 might be uncomfortable, depending on how bad the analysts miss. And remember, when they say, oh, Tesla missed or oh, NVIDIA missed, no, the analyst missed. The company, unless they missed their own guidance, did not miss. Q2 will be a different game. Q3 and 4 will be hopefully back to a bit of normalcy, except that around that time we're going to start seeing revenue from new channels, which could change everything.
Thank you so much, Brian. I know you're in China right now, so it's very early, but in a short while, we'll have you give us an update on what you're seeing in China. You went to the auto show there. Alexandra, what you're expecting?
I actually would like to comment on that video again. First of all, I found it very touching to think this is only 3 years ago, not even 3 years ago. It was in June 2022. And again, our thanks to the Tesla Owner Club of Silicon Valley who made that possible, because it was such a great interview. And I mean, Elon looked a decade younger than now. You just have the feeling these last 3 years have been all over, you know, him, politics, obviously Tesla, obviously all of these other companies. I mean, lots of things happened since. So why did he retweet this morning? I don't think this is an indicator of very strong April sales. We're only 3 weeks in. Although I picked up my own new Model Y. I mean, they are busy. These delivery centers are very, very busy with Model Y deliveries, and they could see very strong sales now. But I don't think that was the point. The point was, I think, more, you know, we've gone through periods of very bad headlines. We've always been stronger in the end, and you know, not to worry. We know the sales of the first quarter. We know they were bad or lower than most people expected. So I don't think there is actually any perception of the market that this could be an outstanding quarter. It's just a matter, you know, for me, it is about cash flow. How much cash is still there? Do we still have the 37 billion or not? How much did we go down? Because that is what is really necessary for us to be able to continue investing. So it's much more about, I'd say, financial engineering than about, is it 37 or 38 cents of earnings per share. So I really don't, you know, I don't feel there's so much concentration on the details of the numbers. I would just want to pick up also what James said. I don't think we'll hear anything about FSD take rate, and it doesn't matter as of today. It matters when it is finally unsupervised. That's when the FSD take rate will be important. I don't think we'll have any, you know, clue prior to that. In terms of mega packs, which was your second point, my only question is, you know, with the supply chain, with the battery supply that we already had issues with, does that have now more of an impact on energy margins? So that is certainly something we should look forward to. ZEV credits is going to be fun. If really it's 800 million, that is going to, I mean, obviously none of the analysts will take it into account, but it's good cash money. And I agree with you on the shorts. The shorts, by the way, Herbert, I promised you an analysis, but the analysis is going to be mid-May because I got my calendar wrong. It's 6 weeks after the quarter end. But the shorts, it doesn't even take a day to cover all shorts. I think we're at 80 million outstanding shares now short. Is that the number you have, James? I didn't look at the last 1 or 2 days, but it's really not. Go ahead.
The short number of shares went up by 10 million, as $22.2 billion worth. I don't have the exact
I always
number
do
of
it in
shares.
number of shares. So I don't think, you know, I mean, it's oscillating all the time between 65 and 100 million shares. That's 1 day of trading. I mean, we can see a small squeeze. But I mean, I think it's an illusion if people think there would be a huge short squeeze. There is not enough short interest out there yet. There will be some people hurt if really and they've hopefully learned their lesson, because you know how it always happens with Tesla. It's always in one go. So that was my comments. On the video and on James.
It's 78 million shares short.
See, 78. So that's and it's continuously between 65 and 100 million. So we're just in the middle of it.
Okay. Thank you, Alexandra. So just a reminder, everybody, in about 10 minutes, Tesla will drop their financial deck and we'll take a look at that. We'll go line by line. Then we're going to see in about 2:30, we'll have the actual official event. We'll stream it here as well, and all of our channels on Invest Answers and Feature Asa as well. And then at 3:30, we'll do a post-show analysis. So, guys, what are you guys expecting in after the earnings call? Are we expecting the stock to go up, go down? I think most of you will say it all depends on what kind of Elon we get, what kind of guidance they give. But I think we're expecting the guidance to not be great anyways, regardless, because of the economy, because of the tariff situation. We're still in the middle of it. It's hard for me to think that a company, even if it wasn't Tesla, would say that there's positive future. They can't guarantee anything. What are you guys thinking about the stock movement?
What I predict every quarter is that it'll meet or beat expectations and then go down, because it just loves doing that. It goes down. Selling the news is always the thing. Beyond that, I don't know.
I see
one
one
else
thing
want-
very interesting that's happening is there's a huge amount of call buying today. Monstrous numbers of contracts are being traded. Like we're talking hundreds of thousands of contracts. So that's quite unusual. It's more than last time.
But did that include the short interest you gave us a few minutes ago?
No, that's only
Yeah.
shares short. This is actual call option action buying today.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Hi, Larry.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Larry, do you want to give an update on what you're expecting?
Who, me?
Yeah.
From the share price point of view?
No, well, if you don't want to comment on that, then just what are you expecting with the Q1 call?
Well, I'm happy to comment on the share price. I think it's going to go either up or down or stay about even. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah.
And they don't have anything good to tell us about the last quarter. I think everything depends on what they have to tell us about next quarter. Having said that, they don't have anything good. I think energy will be standout. The deliveries of energy are going to be the lowest that they are going to deliver for the rest of the year. It's going to be upward from here quite significantly, and I think it would be nice for them to give us some measure of that. It's more than possible that by this time next year it will have doubled or more, and that would be fairly important. But everything turns on the rollout of FSD. By the way, I think that there will be a big pickup in FSD when they are feature complete. I don't think we have to wait for it to go unsupervised. I think when we do get a feature complete statement from Tesla, and when it goes end to end from the parking space to the parking space, I think that we will see a pickup in purchasing. And particularly when FSD goes unsupervised in the robotaxi in Austin, I think that plus the feature complete will give a real spur to sales. So I'm still of the mind that it all depends on which Elon turns up at the call. If he's combative, stock will go down. If he's excited about the future and imparts that excitement, stock will go up. I think that's independent of the actual quarterly results, but not independent of what they're going to talk about in terms of product rollout. I think product rollout is very important.
Yeah, I just add a couple of things. Just kind of the macro market environment. This isn't a market where things are ripping unless the guidance. Well, first off, the in-quarter performance, but the guidance are really, really strong, really good. This is the market where things are just getting sold off because of the macro uncertainty. That this is one of the biggest economic shocks in decades that we're dealing with right now. And this isn't a market, I would say, even if Elon, my point is, even if Elon is like perfect, he's super enthusiastic, he's really excited about the future. it doesn't necessarily mean that we're off to the races. It may prevent, it's sold off significantly, so maybe it staves off a further downturn. But we really got a macro lid on a lot of things. Now, if he spells out something more definitive, if there are either major agreements that have been signed or there's been a major breakthrough in something, there's something definitive and not announced, whether it's something related, it's a company update, is there something related? This thing could go anywhere. The structure of the company, is there something else related? Is it something related to his Doge activities? I think it could go, I mean, to me, in terms of things that could make the stock move, I would say him kind of announcing an exit date, not so much just a hard cutover from Doge, but more of like, instead of my home base being sleeping on the floor in a White House office, I'm going to be sleeping on the floors in Austin and California, near my companies, and doing the Doge thing more remote. I think that in itself would probably be the thing that uplifts it the most. If there is a major change in guidance in terms of products or timing, I think that could be the biggest risk. I did want to touch quickly on ZEV credits. I do think that they'll be fairly strong. I think the analysts are getting this wrong again. Number one, this obsession of reporting ZEV credits when they've existed for 46 quarters in a row and they're not going anywhere. And two, if you look at the tariff landscape and if you spend 5 seconds looking at the tariff landscape, you will find that automakers in Western Europe and the US are going to be challenged at building the higher volume vehicles that would prevent them from having to buy a lot of these ZEV credits, and they're going to have to buy more. I mean, these are just the facts. 4 of the top 10 selling vehicles in the US that aren't Teslas are built in Mexico or South Korea, and they're going to be under, significant crushing 25% tariffs. And I don't think the sector tariffs come off. And if they do, they just come down to a lower level. I don't think they go away completely. So I think the analysts are getting the ZEV credits wrong. I've been watching some of the CNBC. They literally spent 30 minutes in the final hour before closing on Tesla, and all they're talking about are gross margins and units and sales in this geography versus the actual what's actually driving the multiple of the company is what they're going to be launching with autonomy and humanoids. And they spent, I mean, literally a fraction of a second on it, but that's what we're dealing with right now. And that's the dichotomy of this coverage versus, I think, what you see online and TV.
Great comments. Fantastic panel, of course. And as we're explaining here, we're going to refresh this page. And as soon as the document, the shareholder deck drops, which will happen in about 4 minutes from now, we'll look at that closely. Any other comments, guys?
Just looking at some more of the leap action. A lot of people are buying extended leaps all the way up to 2027. And literally they buy many multiples by a factor of more than 20x. Leap call options are being purchased, not puts. It's an extremely bullish time. People are going crazy. They're buying $800 strikes, $500 strikes.
Oh,
Yeah. Way out of the money. So
I would have thought buying tomorrow morning, leaves tomorrow morning, would be a little bit more strategic. I mean,
but
I know that people are not going to be happy with what I say, but I think the odds of the stock going down versus going up, a la Brian White's point, is pretty high. So given those odds, it just seems to be,
Yeah, we're going to definitely miss, right? Here's the compiled consensus is 38 cents. What you've got, the street consensus, 38 cents earnings per share, and everybody is much lower than that, except for you, right, Brian?
I was at 41 cents.
Yeah. 41. There you go. So you're the only one that's a little bit more optimistic.
I'm seeing a lot of upside, not just with the credits, but also with stationary storage, with Megapack. We're starting to see revenue. From my experience, the deployment speed, the payout is quicker in China. We may have already seen money coming out in China, and we still had the flywheel going from before. I think there may be some upside there that others are overlooking.
But Brian, surely that would be in the megawatt delivered.
Yeah.
Yes, and I feel like it was.
Well, it wasn't higher than previous quarter. But I mean, I'm not sure, and
Yeah.
I would think China would be lower price per megawatt than the United States. So I'm not sure that's. We'll see. I mean, it'll be interesting.
And back to Logic, I just want to say something regarding the earnings and expectations. So I always look at things and try to balance the risk reward and the probabilities. Tesla bottomed 4 times in the last 6 weeks. We're talking 10th of March, 18th of March, the 8th of April, and the 21st of April. Each bottom was at the exact same level. Now, when you look at the S&P 500 and the Mag 7, they've all bottomed like nearly a month ago. So I think the worst is in. So from my perspective, the probability of upside is higher than downside because everybody knows the news is going to be bad. That should all be priced in. It would take one hell of a nasty surprise to drop this thing down to 200, I believe.
That's an interesting viewpoint. I haven't considered that.
And one other thing too, over the last 9 earnings calls, the results either drive the price down 10% or up 10%. So taking those 2 factors into account, odds are higher we go up than down. But I could be completely wrong. So not financial advice. So
yeah, I think all of that is true, but I think so much depends on what Elon says in the call.
absolutely. Yeah.
And if you think about what Jeff has told us, and I do actually have a very high level of confidence in his judgment. There's going to be a very rocky year. Very rocky year.
We know that we have a car maker pivoting to a completely different space.
Yep.
Anybody with 6 to 12 months of outlook should see that. Unfortunately, Wall Street doesn't.
And my point. Yeah, that's my point.
But this stock is very heavily controlled by retail, thank goodness. Thanks to people like Tesla Boomer Mama. All right. So let's do a quick round the table. Herbert, who thinks will go up after earnings? First of all, when the deck is released, it'll be frenetic. It'll go up and down like a schizophrenic way. But then once Elon starts to speak, and if he has a couple of aces up his sleeve, which I believe he might, with all the heat he's been getting from Doge, I know he's probably will leak some stuff he normally wouldn't.
I just make a point. Vaibhav speaks first, right?
The CFO.
Yeah.
Usually Elon always speaks first.
Yeah, first Elon.
Okay, so I think the stock is 237. I think it'll pop to 250, and that's about it. I don't think it's going to crash because I do think it's already built in the negativity in terms of the negative financials.
So you bought those 30,000.
No,
230 calls today.
No. I don't do that. I don't even know what's going to happen, guys. I'm continuing to refresh this. At any minute now, this should drop, and then we'll take a look at it.
I am going to stick with my prediction that no matter how good the news is, it's going to dip a bit. But after a few days, after a few weeks, none of it matters anyway, and certainly not after a few quarters. And hopefully my volume is a little better now. I'm doing my best. I'm adjusting all the settings. Good. So I think, we're... if Elon's mood is good, our mood is good. And like Jeff was saying, there's so many things that we could find out today because this isn't an earnings call. It's an earnings call and a company update. So we shall see.
Yeah, it usually takes about a minute. Is anybody monitoring X to see if folks have already downloaded?
That's a good idea.
Typically, we would get it. We would get the comments. The chat would be flooded.
Yeah. If you guys are on the chat, please let us know as soon as you've seen it.
Tesla Hype says Optimus is refreshing.
Optimus is refreshing. Yeah, there he is.
Okay, so you think we're going to go to 250, Herbert? Jeff, I'm going to put you on the spot. Up or down?
Not my game. This is a coin flip at this point. Remember, we had a battery constraint on the prior call. We have the Model Y changeover, and then we have these massive tariffs that have been put in. So I think Elon has a sequence of things he has to speak through. I'm wondering if they're going to talk about guidance relative to recessionary. You saw the United earnings, in a recession, not in a recession. Here's our guidance. Some companies this morning, GE reported saying, they held their guidance. Many companies reported this morning, industrial companies holding their guidance for the year and just saying, hey, look, there's going to be some interim volatility. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Q2 is going to be a mixed bag. A lot of manufacturers have inventory that they're just going to burn off and burn through, but then it's the cash required to bring in more components or to bring in more inventory at the tariff level that's going to really start becoming a strain for companies. And then, like I said, the low and mid-tier products are going to be, there's a kill or marry or whatever kind of thing on those products. And those are the key decisions that companies are facing right now. They can't be overly public about it either, too, because if you're speaking out about tariffs publicly, you could be.
Hold on, we've gone up $13. Boom.
Yeah.
Stock spikes.
Herbert.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm
Did I get my
refreshing,
41
guys.
pennies?
The stock is spiking.
Herbert, where is it?
I'm refreshing.
Come on,
you guys
Herbert.
Make
go
things happen that don't happen.
I've got several several pages that I'm actually
By
refreshing.
the way, I see $3, not $13, but it's probably all over the
Yeah,
place.
242, 243 now. Even less, 239 now.
Yeah, it's frenetic.
There
as
it
always.
is. Okay, so it's downloaded.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got it here. I'm gonna put it up now. Okay, where are we?
Can't see nothing.
Yep, I got it. I'm rushing. Here we go. Here
We're
we
so
go.
excited.
Just for the record, stock did hit 243. Now it's back down to 238. Now it's tanking. Yeah, that's exactly what it does every single time.
Okay, here we go. So, where do you guys want to go first?
Wow. Gap gross margin 16.3. Interesting.
A surprise. Right there.
EBITDA margin only dropped off. I mean, it says
Yeah.
gap gross margins consistent with Q4.
Yeah. 0.4
Um,
billion gap net income. That's about 12 or 13 cents a share, right?
Why don't we get to the final page here? Just
Cash
the
flow. Wow. Free cash
look,
flow was
there we go.
780.
Okay. It is difficult to measure the impacts of shifting global trade policy on auto and energy, our cost structure and demand for durable goods and related services. While making prudent investments, set up both our in-vehicle and energy business for growth, the rate of growth this year will depend on a variety of factors. We'll revisit. So they're not giving guidance. We have sufficient liquidity. We expect our profits to be accompanied by an acceleration of profits. Okay, plans for new vehicles, including more affordable models, remain on track for start of production first half of 2025. Boom,
That's
right
big
there.
news. Yeah.
These vehicles will utilize aspects of the next gen. This approach will receive less.
Wow.
Our pursuit will continue to pursue. Okay, so it's exact same language. That is fantastic. There we go. Anything else we need to look at, guys?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Wow. I'm surprised at the cash generation for the quarter.
It's only 700, but that's much better than expected. They
No,
expected
it's much better
zero.
than, yeah, it is.
Yeah,
much better
and so
than-
we're very close to the 37 billion now. That was one of the numbers I was really looking for, and that's good.
There's no indication of what kind these new models are. Nothing yet, as far as I've seen. Revenue decreased by 9%.
Herbert, I'm going to log out for 10 minutes and read it quietly and come back, okay?
Yep. In part due to Model Y. So they are saying that there's other reasons why there was a decline in vehicle deliveries.
Well, nothing's going to be 100%, right?
Yeah. I mean, if it was only 9% decrease in revenue, that doesn't seem.
Yeah, and there's not much else there. S and X are no longer for sale in China. That's not a huge deal, but it is a contributor, I guess. There can be macro factors that affect all companies. So, but I would agree that it's the 9% dip, 9%. Guys, what happened to the 70% that the Fudsters were assuring me was real? I don't know.
Cash remained strong, but free cash flow fell.
Yeah,
They have
inventory's
significant costs.
up, but not a lot. Nothing appreciable. In fact, surprisingly low.
I think the big picture should not. We know it was a poop show with the factories being down and stuff, but the big stuff here it says autonomous driving progress, Model 3, Model Y, Cybertruck now go autonomously, unsupervised from production to outbound lots in US factories. That's big. AI and robotaxi focus still on track for robotaxi pilot in Austin, June 2025, and Optimus bot production in Fremont. And AI infrastructure is still growing. And the new models we covered already.
This is a very solid report.
They also have IRA compliant 4680 cell was launched, making the Cybertruck eligible for the $7,500 tax credit. And we know about the lithium refining too and cathode plants. So that's kind of the most important stuff, is not necessarily the crappy numbers from Q1, but more other stuff under the hood that they've achieved.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what does rattle Wall Street is when they pull guidance. That's
I think every company is going to pull guidance this quarter.
very true, Larry.
But Tesla doesn't typically guide.
Yeah, their guidance is very. What is the
Right
word? The guidance is like helicopter guidance. It's from a very high level. It doesn't give specific numbers. So this is not really pulling guidance. This is becoming even more vague.
They talk about CapEx efficiency too. New vehicles, the new models that they stressed, will use existing manufacturing lines to maximize capacity of 3 million vehicles annually, minimizing CapEx expenditure during uncertain times. Maybe, Jeff, you can hammer on that one, how important that is. Preserving cash, minimizing CapEx.
Well, it's free COGS reductions if they can use existing ramped fixed assets. So think about, they're trying to go from $33,000 of COGS to maybe $28,000 of COGS. Well, the worst way to get there would be to bring out all new CapEx and then try to get that to scale. It's going to take you a year. But if you went on existing CapEx that's fully depreciated and now you're adding volume to that, and you're going to make 3s and Ys cheaper, by the way, and you're also going to start off in a lot better shape with your new vehicle. So it's basically, for consumers, they get no trade-off. They see no change in value of the product, but it's just cheaper for Tesla to make. That's why that's so important. And they're using a lot of the next generation modules in that, which were designed to be at lower COGS. So it's really, from an operational perspective, it's a great move that Tesla made this decision about a year ago to go this route.
Yep. Other little nugget there, supercharger network expansion. I know a couple of other players. I think Huawei is building a new supercharger too. But stations grew 14% year over year, connectors 17%, and the amount of electricity delivered up 26% year over year to 1.4 terawatt hours. I've noticed a lot of Rivians and Fords at Tesla charging stations lately. Has anybody else noticed that?
Oh yeah, I have.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done several road trips in the last quarter, and
These Sorry, go ahead.
Not only more Rivian and more non-Tesla vehicles, but more Tesla vehicles.
You notice the cost too, or to me, the cost per kilowatt hour are a lot higher than I've seen before.
Kind of significant.
So
Yeah.
the two biggest points in this deck so far is this one. We remain on track for pilot launch of Robotaxi in Austin by June and builds of Optimus on our Fremont pilot production line in 2025. So that means everything's going. They didn't say the date and the numbers of Optimus they're expecting in 2025 with wider deployment of bots doing useful work across our factories. So that is confirmation that things are still on track for the Robotaxi. And then, as we mentioned here, this part right here says plans for the new vehicles. Exactly the same sentence. Remain on track for start of production in the first half of 2025. Start of production in the first half of 2025. Do you remember some people were pointing out that they thought it was announcing a launch? That's not what's happening. This is start of production first half of 2025.
But I think it said the same thing last quarter.
No, yeah, this is the exact same sentence, but I just saw this morning some people were saying, if you read the words, it's like a launch. And I'm like, no, this is, yeah.
So as we go through this report, though, we're below revenue, right? The estimates were 21.1 and we're at 19.3. And then we missed EPS. We're at 27 versus 39. Have we discerned what when we know how many cars were built, we know all this stuff. So I'm wondering what the miss is.
I think it's not a miss because if you look at the gross margin, it's very consistent with last quarter. That could be that the the non-vehicle receipts were high, like the entitlements rose. That's the only explanation for it, because the margin, the services and energy generation were both down. So what would make up the margin on lower volumes other than entitlements?
What do you mean by entitlements?
The ZEV credits?
Yeah, ZEV credits. I think they had a very big ZEV credit quarter.
How come I can't find that?
I don't think you're going to see it until the quarterlies come out.
And just for the record, Tesla opened at 229 today. Now it's 241.53. So
yeah, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah,
so staying flat for now. Yeah.
Again, as I said before, this was released. I mean, there is no more bad news to come. But the little nuggets that we uncovered are the ones that really matter.
It says higher regulatory credit revenue. I'm just wondering where we see that.
There you go.
Oh, here we go.
That explains it.
595 in ZEV credits versus 442 last Q1.
Yep.
So you think about it, we shipped 13% or so less units, and we have ZEV credits are up, whatever 30%.
Can you reiterate again, Jeff, how bad the rest of the car market's hurting right now? Just so people really get that, because a lot of people don't understand these ZEV credit things.
Well, I mean, it's going to be more of a future thing, because in Q1, it's a weird dichotomy. They had inventory in Q1 and Tesla didn't. Tesla was retooling the Model Y. So that's why you saw, decent numbers from Ford and GM. And then they also had 100 days of inventory, 120 days of inventory. So they're burning that off in Q1. They're going to burn more of that off in Q2. But now that they're tariffed at these very high levels because they have to build their lower margin cars outside of the country and import them, they're going to be putting less of these zero emission vehicles on the road, and they're going to have to buy more. They're going to have to buy more credits from Tesla, who has domestic supply chains in the European Union and in the United States to build and distribute products. So I think the ZEV credit number is just going to continue to grow. I think the others are going to be hurting. You won't start seeing that until the second half of the year, but you'll still see a strong ZEV credit number in Q2 from Tesla, but you won't see the others hurting. If these tariffs stay on, which I think they will at some level, I think Tesla's in a much better position. For whatever reason, the traditional media is obsessed about reporting ex-ZEV credits. I get it; it's a big portion of their margins, and you want to understand the business without it. But it's been running for 46 quarters in a row, too. So it's not like this is some one-off thing that just wandered in.
Well, and worth noting is that we've been hearing since the very first quarter that this showed up, that these are temporary. ZEV credits will not last forever because the
Yes.
other guys will improve their position, will start selling electric. Cool. When? Because it's just not happening. And we're seeing a lot of the automakers stepping back from their EV ambitions, in part because of tariff situations and where they're built, but in part because I get a lot of feedback on my videos now that I'm in China reviewing cars. People saying, "Great, that car is great, but are they selling it at a profit?" And I say, no one is selling at a profit except Tesla and maybe BYD. This is not unique to China. This is everybody who is struggling to make a profit. We have to count the ZEV dollars, as Alexandra always points out. They're real dollars. They spend the same.
By the
So,
way,
yeah.
just on that point, BYD also get money from the government. So they get a significant amount of cash on an annual basis, and it amounts to about 30% of their profits, sometimes as high as 50% of their profits. And it's been consistent over the last 7 years, I believe. So, I mean, it's directly comparable, really.
Hey, Jeff, take a look at this. This is the Fremont Optimus production line. Yeah, take a quick look at it. I mean, what do you think? Does it look like they can produce 5,000? Probably not, right?
This looks
No, I
very
mean,
manual. Yeah.
that is not a automated production line. That
Yeah.
is, this is them. This is, think of a prototype lab and then think of a prototype lab slightly scaled up, and that's what
Yeah.
this is. There's a line of tech. That's technician equipment on the side to go analyze units and to do more deeper analysis. So this is that's the smaller volume prototype operation, I believe. Maybe slightly
In
scaled
Fremont.
up, but yeah, they'll
Yeah.
all
they'll
you
be
have
able to
to
get
do
a
is
couple
read-
thousand out.
All you have
Yeah.
to do is read the methodology, the Elon Musk's methodology. You do not start by automating.
Yes.
Right? This is the beginning of the process. This is
Well,
step
yeah,
one.
it's a mixed bag, but yeah.
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 Started Model 3 fully automated, and then we had to regress back. But yeah, no, I agree. This is how you start. This is how you scale up. But I'm surprised they labeled it Fremont Pilot Production Line. Okay. And by the way, it's not even staffed, or it's not even to me, like, it looks like a fully staffed photo.
Yeah, I think
Looks
they
like
probably
somebody-
stripped out a lot of things. They don't want to show you everything, right? They only show you
Yeah,
4,
that's true.
5, 6, 7 bots. That's all they want to show you.
And I will say that other manufacturers do have lines that look like this. If you saw Arcimoto's line, even after they got their big new factory, it was still just stations, but they never got to any kind of serious volume, and that is absolutely what killed them. They were selling a $30,000 trike in an era where $30,000, $35,000 traditional cars were coming. So they didn't really stand a chance in that regard. But yeah, I would agree that you can absolutely make hundreds, if not thousands, in a room that looks like that, but never, ever would you try to make millions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're in the third step, second or third step of the algorithm. So the algorithm is first, start by questioning every requirement. The second part is delete only part of the process, every part of the process you can. And they're in that process. And then simplify and optimize, and they're in that process. It's only the next step that's accelerating the cycle time, and only after that do they automate. So this is classic Elon.
Why do you guys think that they even saved the space for Tesla Diner? Here's coming soon, the
I
diner.
love the Tesla Diner.
What's the significance of the diner?
Elon
It's a
loves it.
destination spot. I get that. It's probably going to be where they. I don't know, but it's just. I think it's like a showing you what can happen with robo taxi. It takes you to a place. Your app shows up at menu. You can order from that place. It's going to showcase what to McDonald's and to Starbucks what that could happen if they do something like
Optimus.
this.
But they have a lot
Optimus
of
serves
fun
burgers.
charging. They
Optimus
have a lot of
could be
fun
a good
charging
place.
stations
Yeah.
in Europe.
Yeah, I like that, James. That makes sense. Optimus could be here first, right? Yeah, it's a showcase for the future.
And it's Hollywood, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
It's a flagship store. Everybody loves those.
Mm-hmm.
They have a lot of them in Europe. I mean, a lot of fun places in Europe, and they
Do we have any indication if Model Y is? Do we have any notice here that Model Y, the new Model Y, is selling well? Is there any statements? Any?
It said they had a record ramp. They've never ramped a car as fast
Mhm.
as that. But no numbers I saw.
Mhm.
Well, one way to look at it is that the inventory is very low. Even the dollar balance sheet inventory is very low. So when you're in the middle of a ramp and you get cut off at the end of a quarter, you expect to have finished goods inventory and you expect to have a lot of piece parts inventory that didn't convert. And their inventory is not out of line by any stretch. It doesn't look like there's some big pull forward in that number for anything. So that means they're building them and they're going out the door. And there also doesn't look like there's a big number in there for LFP, which I would have thought they would have been stacking, but maybe they are. They're just overperformed in other areas relating to inventory. But so yeah, I mean the days of inventory may be around 20 or whatever the number is, but it's meaningless. It's such a small number. It's so well defined, and if anything, yeah, that cash number would have been higher if they weren't in the middle of a ramp that literally got cut off on March 31st, where they just keep going. They don't clear the lines or do anything. So, yeah,
Wow,
it's a good
look
ramp.
at Mega Factory Shanghai.
What do you guys think that means, Brian and Larry? What does it mean that they produce 100 more than 100? Is that good? Is that bad?
That's very good. Not good. Very good.
Really?
I wonder if those were the ones that shipped to Australia or to France. France got a very big shipment, and so did Australia. That's amazing.
And
that's
some
like
of
the
them would have
first
been
quarter production.
domestic. Yeah, some of them would have been sold domestically within China. I know we saw some of them going. We saw the first shipment going out. It was going to Australia. And remember, every one of those that ships out, there's like hundreds of thousands of dollars in profit. And while the retail price of them may be squeezed a bit within China, that's okay because even though exporting them, you'll get the higher dollar figure. Keeping them domestic means you're not actually shipping them as far. You're not dealing with tariffs and the delay, because time does cost money. And when the item you're shipping costs millions of dollars, when the whole order is 100 million, that's a lot of money to have tied up in transit. So yeah, I would say that that's, like Larry said, very good.
Yeah, I'd like to dig into this as well. You said the new Model Y production ramp was the fastest ever, fully ramped in 6 weeks at the Shanghai factory with record single-day orders. But getting back to the 6 weeks to fully ramp, Jeff, you always said the factory has to go down to retool for 4 weeks and then 6 weeks to ramp. That's 10 weeks in total, approximately. How disruptive is that?
No, there's the time of zero production when you're retooling the lines, and then there's this crawl phase to get back to your peak velocity, which for Tesla across the 4 factories would be about 30,000 units. That's, to me, that's the full time window. It sounds like what we're hearing here. So yeah, the point is it's a significant number of weeks where production is less than their nominal production, which means costs are higher, outputs lower for over that duration of time.
Well,
yeah, but for them, it's a fast ramp. It's good.
As predicted, Tesla has now gone negative. The price of stock has now gone down below the zero mark.
It's basically waiting for Elon.
Yep.
There's nothing in this report that said, light your hair on fire. There's something that's destructive. And there's nothing in this report that said we're off to the races. The important things in the report around the newer affordable vehicles, the launch of unsupervised, remain on track. They're showing what I don't believe is a real that's not a real representation of the future Optimus production line, but they're showing that there is a production operation that's been set up, and that's what's important. That is driving the multiple on the stock. It's not that, was it 350,000 cars or 370,000 cars? It's that. I think they're going to have to speak to, though, is, was something limiting demand, or were you production limited in the quarter? What limited you in the quarter? And talk through that. That's why one of the questions is around, was order velocity, was order input velocity affected? And let's understand that for a second. Remember, when they took all the Model Ys off the configurator, they didn't put them all back up. First, they started with the launch series. Okay, if you're ordering a launch series, you're ordering a $60,000 car that's long range, that has FSD. That is not an unconstrained order input flow. So what they're going to have to, and only Tesla can do this. Only Tesla can break this down. Nobody else on the outside is going to have the ability to do this, which is based on the configurators and at the price tier, based on what's configured and the price tiers, everything showing, what was the order velocity relative to what you expected? And was there any meaningful change? That, I think, will be an interesting thing if they go through that.
Well, how big
Jeff,
was the drag? We can just say 9%.
Yeah.
Right? Because that was
9% total, but 9% is like everything added together, including energy and everything.
But that's what I mean, is it was very, well, that's true. I guess automotive would have been a larger number, but
Larger
still,
number.
I think
a better quarter than I expected.
I think I figured out the energy generation for Q2. I think we're going to see $3.5 billion in energy generation and storage in Q2 2025, which will be a record. It'll be up over. It'll be a significant increase, maybe 30% increase on this quarter and 15% on lasting.
In a way, like Brian was saying, it saved the quarter. It made it look okay.
Well, it was down. Revenue was down a little, as I thought, but the margins must have been pretty darn good. So yeah, I think energy had a really good, an important role to play.
Jeff, can you take a look at this sentence here? It says, while the current tariff landscape will have a relatively larger impact on our energy business compared to automotive, we're taking actions to stabilize the business in the medium to long term and focus on maintaining its health. What do you think that means? Yeah. Batteries can be tariff. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
this is what
what
we
does it mean?
predicted. This is what we've been talking about, which are LFP batteries that go into energy are under 100+% tariffs. And also, quite frankly, there are rare earths involved here. We won't even, I'm not going to get on that diatribe right now. So taking efforts to stabilize it, that could have meant bringing in more inventory of LFP. That could also mean bringing up their own LFP solution in the United States under their own IP, which they said has the ability to have a lower cost structure than untariffed China LFP. So where's the update on that? That would be a great question for an analyst to raise on the call. But those efforts could be inventory. Those efforts could be bringing up their own supply. It also could be price changes that they do. They already had like a year, I think it was like a year wait on the configurator if you ordered a new mega pack. So it's not like they were hand to mouth. So they may have brought in a decent amount of inventory. So I think it's going to be a combination of those things, but it's the actions to stabilize in the medium to long term would be qualifying your own. To me, medium long term would be qualifying your own LFP solution stateside.
We know that Tesla bought the LFP equipment from CATL. It was not the latest gen, but still very good equipment. I'm also very curious to know what kind of secret sauce Tesla could possibly bring to that to take it to the next level in terms of cost. And quickly to address Model Y demand, right, we're only selling the long range all-wheel drive. The performance will have a new boost. The rear-wheel drive will have a new boost. The third row, I swear, will have a big boost. You guys just sell it so I can have one. There'll be me and 8 other people who will get it, but we'll be very happy. So yeah, this the question with batteries is a frustrating one. I would like to see a little reprieve on that, because making batteries impossible to import before we have a domestic supply feels a little premature. But I think Tesla's uniquely positioned to weather the storm better than anyone else.
Am I imagining it? But the guy who is now running the 4680 battery lines, not tell us that they are developing 4680 LFP batteries. I'm almost certain he did.
I didn't hear him say that.
Let's see. Let's ask for Grok.
Yeah, so that's Herbert. Medium long term is Tesla's own supply. Doesn't have to be LFP, I guess. It could be another. It could be another battery type. But
Such great news. It sounds like we're about to be told, like you said, that they have some sort of plan to deal with the tariff that's about to hit China, the batteries.
I would put more money on the fact that they have a solution that's ready to ramp, because I don't see the massive spike in the inventory line in the earnings. I was expecting to see a boatload of inventory that would be bringing in for batteries. Maybe they did. Maybe they're doing all of the above, but it seems like they're going to announce maybe a solution for this. But it's going to connect these dots. I think it's going to be it's going to be some time. So you may have longer wait times for mega packs. There may be some gap in sales, or maybe they're going to be buying some tariff material. Maybe there's a carve out coming, right? Because there was always going to be a separate battery. Remember, in the carve outs that were just announced, I think 10 days ago, smartphones, computers, semiconductor, batteries were not included. In fact, batteries were on their own tariff train, running ahead of the current 20% tariffs. And there was always a plan of the battery tariffs were actually being managed almost the right way, which was they were on an escalating tariff regime, allowing OEMs the ability to convert their supply and localize it. So maybe there's a carve out coming. We'll see.
Wow, this panel is amazing. James, I want to get you to tell us what's going on with the stock. In the meantime, just a reminder to everybody, we just had the financials deck. We're reviewing that right now. At 2:30, which is about an hour from now, we'll have the official event. We'll stream it here on all of our 3 channels, and then we'll do a post-show analysis to react to what they end up saying. James, what's going on?
Stock is 240 on the nose, and remember, it opened today at 229. So it's been a good, what's that, $12, $13 day. It did hit 244 and then sold off a bit, but right now it's just in a holding pattern. But what you can take away from this is, after digesting the deck, the earnings, as we said, the bottom was in. It would take something, for Elon to say something really bad, like, yeah, Model 2 is going to come, but in 2027, or something else like that, to put a pin in the action right now. I think there'll be nothing but goodness coming out in this earnings call, with maybe an ace or two up his sleeve.
So, so they called it a company update, right? And then Omar asked, why do you think Tesla's calling this a company update instead of just a regular earnings call? Apparently, the last time they called it a company update was over 10 years ago. And they've never done it until just now. Tesla account says, secretly, we enjoy reading the theories y'all are coming up with in the meantime. So it doesn't really say one way or the other. Yeah. Do you guys think that it purposely called it a company update, and so they will be making announcements of some sort?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. The company is transitioning. They've been talking about that for quarters now. It's doing a major, major pivot that's never been done before. Got 4 colliding S-curves. It's a perfect storm. And if you even look at the questions that are going to be selected, that's all company update stuff. Again, the minute the earnings per share comes out, that's history. Then we move on to what's going to come next. That's the action that we're sitting here waiting for. I see Brian nodding. You agree?
Anybody else?
I agree. I agree completely. This is automotive is exciting. Sure. It's clearly not the thing that Tesla wants to do. If they wanted a minivan out by now, they'd have one. If they wanted a compact out, they'd have one. These are not impossible challenges for Tesla. And while they would represent, a few more billion in profits, they will be dwarfed by the other lines of business. At least that is the expectation. And while it's great to talk about what happened over the last 3 months, and they do want to limit forward-looking statements, it is also important to point out that this is a growth company and these are growth sectors.
Yeah. But one thing I'm seeing here in the chat on YouTube, which I think is worth spending a second on, and Jeff, you pointed something out on Herbert's channel. Yes, Herbert, I watch all your shows. In full disclosure. But one thing that Jeff, you did say was the fact that us FSD users haven't seen an update now for 6 months, since September, October timeframe, the current version we are on, which means they've been cooking at a faster rate than ever before with all the compute that they have. So tell us your point of view that maybe, perhaps, they've already solved for unsupervised, but we just don't know it yet.
Tesla has never had more compute than they've had over the last 6 months in the history of their company. Have we seen point releases? Yes, that are typically bug fixes or small changes. But in terms of a wholesale new model, I think it's safe to say that what was released to us in November was some model that was maybe built for We Robot, October, maybe early November. The point is it's been several months since that big, huge, multi-billion-dollar Cortex training apparatus has spit out a new model. So the question is what kind of improvement have we seen from 13.2.x to where we are today? And over that, Tesla's had more compute than they've ever had before. Have they solved supervised FSD in the background? And have they been running that solved version and then putting in the incremental features required for unsupervised? That's the question. They're so certain about unsupervised in June. It tells me that they've got information internally that they have yet to release to us externally. And that is, I think, one of the key questions that we need to derive from Elon's commentary, and maybe if Ashok is on the call, to understand what relative improvement they've made and why haven't we seen a release. To me, it feels like they've been getting feature ready for unsupervised, and they've been getting the supervised version in tip-top shape. And maybe we'll see a new release soon on that. But they've never had more compute than they've had in the last 6 months.
Yeah.
And then this table they just released now as part of the shareholder deck looks good. Here's March 2025, and it's going straight up. Still that exponential curve kind of thing going up. So that's good news. FSD 12 on 12.
The magic of this is it will be September at this current clip rate of change.
Yeah.
September, October will hit the magical 6 billion miles, which means regulators have to say yay. Which was in his plan 8 years ago or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't drive anymore. I get in the car, I tell it where I want to go. I don't drive anymore. I don't have a desire to drive anymore. And the cars are amazing from a performance perspective. I'd just much rather, have the car drive for me. So it's just a change, at a personal, you can see the relative improvement that I would have never done that on 12.5 or 12. Whatever. I would have never been in that position because it would just had too many problems. So
yeah.
Anyway,
and just as a case in point, the app on Tesla can track how much you're driving on FSD. I'm at around 90% plus, and I normally drive maybe 5,000 miles a year. I did 9,000 miles in 10 weeks in the Cybertruck, just the beginning of this year, not because I enjoy driving now, no, but it's opened up a new aperture where I don't have to take short haul flights anymore. The car does it. And
Oh,
Larry,
yeah.
I know you can speak to that too, because you're the road warrior extraordinaire.
Larry,
But does it
Larry.
open up the aperture to taking the car instead of flying now under 500 miles?
I've given up flying. I mean, for so many years, I spent my life in a, 30,000, 40,000 feet. Now I just preferred, going by road. I catch up with all my podcasts. I catch up with all my books. I do my reading in the car, basically. And the car drives me. I mean, I just drove to Houston and back from North Carolina, 2 days there, 2 days back for a 1-day meeting, 1 day and 1 evening and dinner. And
Crazy.
I got back the day before yesterday, and it's like nothing. It's fantastic. Fantastic.
Hey, Herbert, have we talked about this statement? The
Mhm.
uncertainty in the automotive energy markets continues to increase as rapidly evolving trade policy. But then
Yeah,
he says,
where are
we
we? Where's
remain
that?
committed.
Yeah, I saw that right up
Uh,
here. Right here, right? Yeah, right here.
we remain committed. Yes, we
Yeah.
remain committed to expanding our business model to include delivering autonomous robots across multiple form factors. Did we talk about that?
Not yet. But
No, that's
I
new.
read that, and I read bots and cars. But are you thinking it's more?
I think that may mean more than that.
Expanding
seen
our
it.
business model.
Have we seen that
Multiple
before?
form factors and use cases.
We've never seen the
Anyway,
sentence before. It's a great sentence.
Yeah, it is. And then, you could argue that the car is a bot, but I think they
Yeah.
mean something else.
well, the thing it's not appropriate for this call. It's a much longer form conversation, which is as AI enters the factory, how does it change manufacturing? And I remember Tesla for the last decade has done a homegrown shop floor control system. They've done a homegrown ERP system. They call it their Warp software package, and then they connect this software package to their distribution, their logistics, their service centers, and when when AI starts entering the factory, which it has now in the form of the cars driving themselves out of that final inspection queue into the parking lots, to me, that's the entry for Tesla underscore AI to enter the factory. And then from there, it's just going to go deeper and deeper into the factory. And so, what they do from an AI perspective in the brain of the bots, or even in the brain of some of the production bots, is something, or in the brain of what if there's a sentient brain? I know I'm starting to sound a little wild, but on the Warp software package, where you're starting to see differences in material flows, you're starting to see repair actions become off balance, and you're starting to see these things that could alert your service queue. Anyway, this is something that they could package up, and they could sell eventually in the future. They don't need to at this point, but it would certainly distinguish their factories and their cost structure and make it lower and lower, but it would be unbelievably valuable on the outside.
So, Jeff,
Anyway,
this is
Wow.
the area of my expertise. Let me just say that AI, large language models, cannot actually operate transactional software. They can provide some decision services. They would be better off providing coding services on decisions that they improve rather than actually making decisions online, because they just do not operate in sufficient speed and they are still hallucinating. And so that combination is fatal for transactional software.
well, you wouldn't in some of these situations. I agree with you, by the way, but this isn't necessarily a large language model running. This could be a number of different things. This could be the comparative analytics of what are you building, what configuration did it go out in, and then how did it parametrically perform later. It's not necessarily a large language model,
I'm
but
pretty sure they're doing
anyway.
that. I'm pretty sure they're doing that analytically right now. And the question is, and I didn't mean necessarily a large language model. I'm talking about
Yeah.
generational AI. But yeah, but yeah, there's no doubt that what they have by way of software could well be packaged and sold. I just don't believe that Elon is going to do that in the really short term, in quite a while.
Correct. But what is running on these bots in the factory? They're going to be trained to do an operation.
Right.
And that time to go from being pulled out of the box to doing the operation perfectly at rate is where a tremendous amount of value is going to be created, because there's a certain time it takes for a human to do that, and there's a certain cost for a human. So I mean, I don't want to read too much into this line, but
But it's a brand new line. It's important because it's a new statement that they're making. They didn't make it in the prior one. It's a very important statement. It's really a signal, very strong signal of direction
to our customers, and for use in our factories. Interesting line.
It's a great line. Okay, so let's go back to the big news that happened yesterday. We got
drops
of these videos or these photos that Joe Tegmeyer took of Giga Texas, and we saw these Giga castings. And this Giga casting look at it, it looks just like what they had actually shown us years ago on what the unboxed next gen vehicle is going to look like. It looks like right there, and fits quite nicely into the Cybercab. This is what some people are saying. This is, Joe, was that Greco who put this together? He's so amazing. Luca Greco. Yeah, he put this together, and he showed you how it's going to do.
Worth noting, the motor is not in the back. It is a front wheel drive, according to the engineers that I had a chance to speak with. But on your previous slide you showed, someone had shared a theory that maybe it is the same casting front and back. Well, looking at this, I mean, it's tough to say, but I don't think it will be, because of the width of the vehicle is different in the front and back. But I don't know. It could be.
Mm-hmm. And what do you guys think about this? This theory that people say, look, it says RTTX, which some
Cybertruck said
Robo
CTTX, so the nomenclature matches.
TX is
There you go.
Yeah,
is that Robotaxi?
Yeah,
why wouldn't they
Robotaxi.
call it Cybercab? Why didn't they see CTX?
Who knows?
This is Cybertruck CTTX. Mm-hmm.
It's synonymous. It doesn't matter. I think
Okay.
Robotaxi is the
I
old
agree.
name. Cybercab is kind of Elon's pet name for it.
Mm-hmm. So,
Well,
Jeff,
Robotaxi's all models, but I still agree.
if you count this, and I tried, it's hundreds. It's over 100. What does it mean? Like, how many Cybercabs are we going to see in Austin? Is this
That
still
could be-
way too early? Just
Yeah, that
because
could
we're
be-
seeing it today. Yeah.
That could be one of the aces up the sleeve. Thousands ramping early, which would take Jeff by surprise.
Look at that. That's a lot. I mean, it looks a lot.
Yeah, and I just think this is part of the engineering. Now they're in the engineering prototyping process. Before, these were hand built. So now they're going to start bringing up more of the real manufacturing processes, but not necessarily a full production operation, but more pieces of it running at lower speeds. And to do that, you're going to need to input material. You're going to need to remember, a lot of these are not, first off, when these get input, think of the output. The output isn't 100 or 1-to-1 cars going on the road. Remember, they have to do reliability and crash testing. They've got to do all kinds of destructive testing on product. They've got to do factory. There's a number of things that they have to do inside of the. So to me, this is a little bit part of making the sausage. I think they were put outside for a reason. I don't think they need to be put outside, but there were, maybe there's multiple reasons why they were put outside. But the whole thing of that, I think Bloomberg or Reuters or somebody was trying to say that Cybercab development would be delayed. It's just totally absurd. You have this product line that's going to revolutionize the automobile industry, be a multi-trillion-dollar eventual thing, and you're going to delay it because you got to pay tariffs on wire harnesses and hubcaps from covers from China? Hell no. You're going to bring those parts in, pay the tariffs, and keep the development schedule on track while you try to continue to drive further localization. So I think it's part of it's that, and just this is the future of the company. This is the follow-on to the Model Y. This is the product that would do a tremendous amount of more volume. Remember, think of the Tesla experience when you sit in a Tesla vehicle, and now instead of that vehicle costing $30,000 to $33,000 to build and being sold for $40,000 to $50,000, now you're sitting in a vehicle that costs closer to $18,000 to $20,000 to build, and it's being sold for under $30,000. But it has the full Tesla experience, and oh, by the way, it has a better experience than even the Model Y today, because it's going to have Grok. It's going to be able to reason and speak with you, and it's going to have full self-driving unsupervised. So this is going to be kind of a, not to use an expletive, but kind of a mind f when it's actually out there, because it's going to be so much value at such a low price point. And the other stuff that's out there, whether it's from BYD or from whomever, is not. It's going to look like a children's toy next to this thing.
I'd
this
just
is a
say that
children's toy.
anyone else trying to make a Cybercab is going at it the wrong way. If you're taking a car and adding a bunch of stuff to it, you've already lost. You're already going to be at a 30, 40, 50 cent per mile disadvantage. And this is a rethink everything. I've got a presentation coming up for the Oregon Electric Vehicle Association at the end of the month, where I'll be going through the whole thing one section at a time as quickly as I can. But it is a rethink everything moment. And I don't think they would be those headlines that you got from Reuters. I think Reuters figured out, well, Tesla doesn't have a PR department. We can say anything and there's no one to push back. So let's go ahead and say that they're going to be flying cars out of Mexico City. That makes sense. Well, they had an official to say it, so let's not fact check it. Let's not bring in any experts with 1 ounce of critical thinking. Let's just repeat it and see just how far these rumors can go. And if we make an extra couple $1,000 just by sacrificing, by forfeiting the entirety of our credibility at the end of the day, wasn't it worth it? And if you're Reuters, I guess the answer is yes.
Yeah, and you've had great coverage on Cybercab, Brian. I think people should look at some of the early interviews you've done on it and the continuing coverage of it, because it is really a revolution in terms of how a product is made and the trade-off decisions they've made. It's going to be a very special feature value trade-off when you step into it. And it's going to be a special product.
Yeah, there's a couple of interesting things. Well, looking at the financials a little deeper. Reg credits are up 35% year over year, which is pretty good. Services 15%, but the real bright spot is energy, 67% year over year. People are asking about what happened with the energy business. So 67% year over year is amazing, considering as well, Shanghai is just beginning to ramp, and this year the Houston operation will begin to ramp too. So this, energy business, as I've said for years, is a $1 trillion market cap standalone business with very high margins. And the vehicles deliveries obviously down, but considering the factories are down for so long, it's actually not that bad at all.
Good update. Okay. So in about 30 minutes, we're going to stream the Tesla financial results. It's an audio only webcast. We'll watch it together and then we'll do post analysis. They show here a new Model Y, gorgeous car. Remember last time in January, they just showed you the silhouette of this.
Yeah, I've seen a few in the wild as well in California, and they are very sweet, really. And the paintwork is phenomenal too, really pretty paint.
They are on the roads here in China. I haven't seen one, but a couple people I've been running around town with have seen them, so they are here. But it's exciting to see.
If we wanted to just make a guess, guys, along the panel here, how many Cybercabs and then how many Model Ys or 3s will show up as part of the Austin, let's say June, and then by the end of the year? How many are you guys thinking? Are we saying, 100 Cybercabs? Are
Well,
we thinking closer to 1,000?
Given the skeletons we just saw, there's way over 100 of those sitting there.
Yeah.
So I'd say it could be close to 500 or more. Easily.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, I just don't know. It all comes down to how well it works. I feel like on day one they would maybe even be required to have a safety operator, and I don't know how that would work in a Cybercab. So I don't know how many of those would actually be rolled out on day one. Yeah, so I'm not comfortable even making a guess.
Yeah, and another
very
interesting
very much there'll be any Cybercabs on day one. I think they'll all be Model Ys.
Oh, no, Larry. We had 20 at October 10th event.
Yeah, they're not going to put prototypes on the road to drive customers. So that's not going to happen. It's only going to be production vehicles that are that are approved and that have been homologized. So
Want to go for another?
Yeah,
case study,
exactly.
Larry, shall we go?
yeah,
for
sure.
It?
I mean, I don't mind.
I mean,
Another bet.
I don't mind either.
They've
Let's do
got
it.
right now what you see is the castings for what may be the Cybercab. From casting to full production and getting them approved, it's really tough to get that out by 1st of June.
Yeah,
And
but
the
you told
cars
me
we
that
see
for the
driving
full
around
factories.
Austin right now are all Model Ys, by the way.
I mean, we're only the 22nd of April. So the bet is by June 30th, there is one Cybercab at
Mhm.
least in Austin on the streets. Okay.
Well, that I'm not prepared to say no to. You
Oh.
may have one. You may have one on the street, but I mean, you're not going to get production vehicles by the end of June. Certainly not by the beginning of June. Whoa,
Well,
we're having a storm here of mass. Wow,
yeah,
pretty serious storm.
we're not saying production. We're saying hundreds, and hundreds could be pre-production. Jeff was saying that it's common to have up to 1,000 pre-production units.
Yeah, the bears. I just look at some of the reactions online on Twitter too. The bears are rejoicing. Tesla just reported its lowest quarterly revenue in nearly 4 years, but they're not looking at the stock price going up. So clearly they're missing something. And Fred Lambert.
I mean, the stock price is not doing much, is it? So
Yeah.
I'm sorry I missed all you've
Yeah.
said the last hour, but I wanted to take notes because I have to go on Bloomberg tomorrow. I have to. It sounds as if I don't like it. Of course, I'm honored to go. So I took some notes. If you don't mind, you probably said all that, but I just want to run it through in
please.
one go. And a couple of fun things. I mean, isn't it funny that the quarter one revenues are 420 million?
I didn't notice.
420 million, right? I mean,
Yeah.
isn't that so funny? I like the quarter end cash at 37 billion and positive of financial cash flow of 700 million. It's really funny because in the numbers that Wall Street analysts had provided, there was positive cash flow expected of 0. And now Gary Black comes up and said everybody wants 1.1 billion. I mean, isn't that funny how they always adjust it afterwards to what they want to hear? So anyway, so I'm very happy about the cash flow. Of course, the earnings per share of 27 cents is a miss because it was between 37 or 38 cents. The auto gross margin without the reg credits is 12.5%. I mean, it's not as good as we all wish, but it is in line. The reg credits were just short of 600 million. So we're in the normal range. We've had higher peaks of those. So I feel, it's as good as it could have been in a quarter where for multiple weeks, some of them more than 6 weeks, the factories were remodeled. Now to the good news. The one thing that I really loved is that the upgrade to the Model Y, the new Model Y, was also used to upgrade the other manufacturing lines to adapt to the new models that are coming out. I think that was obviously genius to do that in February for something that is going to happen only later this year. So, and the other thing I liked was this idea to now fully utilize their capacity of up to 3 million cars, which means a 60% growth compared to the 2024 1.8 million, before they build more manufacturing lines, before they build newer manufacturing lines. So that means on the positive side that capex is going to be reduced for that. On the negative side, it means that there will be slower ramp up and not straight away the unboxed model, other than for the Cybercab in 2026. So it's sort of a mixed message, but it's prudence of cash and prudence of capex is really the main message. And if you actually look at it, capex this quarter was 1.4, if I have it right, compared to 2.8 last quarter. So they were really, really, really careful with every penny they were spending. Volume production on track for the Semi in Nevada and the Cybercab in Austin, both for 2026. I already said Cybercab with the unboxed model. Shanghai Model Y ramp was the quickest ramp of any Tesla vehicle ever, within 6 weeks. The FSD supervised launch in China, which was well received. The current capacity is 2.35 million, but they feel the full capacity is now, with what they have built and what they could exploit, up to 3 million cars. And I like that idea. And then on energy, revenues are down by 10%. Current tariff landscape, relatively larger impact on energy. Tesla taking action to stabilize the business in the medium to long term and focus on maintaining the energy's parts health. That sounds really prudent, I felt. I liked that they have now confirmed the IRA compliant 4680 cell is in the Cybertruck. That's what allowed the 7,500 tax credit to finally be unblocked. All components for these are sourced from at least 2 countries, and the lithium refining and cathode production is on track for production in 2025. And I knew I forgot something. And what I forgot is that Model 3 and Model Y that are delivered in the US are now made with 100% US built battery packs. I thought that was important to note as well. So those were my notes on this. And there's much more to come in half an hour.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
There's yeah, you're great with the numbers, and that it gives everything in more context, right? So the numbers were okay according to but basically what you're saying. You were okay with it, Alexander. There was a couple statements that we pointed out that we thought were really big. One of them was that first of all, it said there, we remain on track for the pilot launch of robotaxi in Austin by June, and builds of Optimus and our Fremont pilot production line 2025. That was a big one. And then they also said that plans for new vehicles remain on track for start production in the first half of 2025. And then there's this incredible line that they've added for the first time. We remain committed to expanding our business model to include delivering autonomous robots across multiple form factors and use cases, powered by real-world AI expertise to our customers and for use in our factories as we navigate these headwinds. What's your thoughts on those sentences?
I mean, all really in line. I love that they always confirmed what is still on track. Mm-hmm. And I felt that was really important to state. And let me just say one thing. The fact that we will have a mix of unboxed Cybercabs and a mix of old. I wish anybody else could build cars with our old method, but with the old Tesla method and the unboxed model is what they already had announced last quarter. So while this is now confirmed, this is not new. It's just more precise, because what's more precise about it is this number of the 3 million capacity. They want to build like that, to not spend more money on it until at the 3 million capacities of cars, and slowly build up the unboxed model only for the Cybercab, which also gives me the clear indication that the Cybercab is going to be a higher volume car than the Model Y. I may live in fantasy land, I'm warning everybody, but it just gives me this clear feeling that the money, if you would play poker, the money is on the Cybercab.
And it should be.
And it should be.
It's like, let China cut the Chinese car makers cut each other's throats,
Yeah.
creating low price vehicles. There's no point in playing that game, and Elon figured that out a couple of years ago.
He did. He always
Yeah.
said, we don't fear competition, we invite competition. And, you
Yeah.
know, I actually thought about it the whole week since he said we shouldn't have IP laws, because I'm of the old school that I hate when I innovate something and somebody, you know, steals it from me. I mean, you come from Germany, James, you know what I mean. You know, the Europeans, they had the train and they had the plane, and booms, the Chinese made it. And so you just have this feeling it's unjust. It shouldn't be that way. You'd put a lot of money into research and development, whatever. And Elon always had this attitude, well, if they copy, it means we're doing it right, and keep on going, right? And it takes a lot of conviction into your superiority. Sorry about my English. But it is obviously a very healthy attitude, especially now.
Yep, I agree.
What do you guys think is going to happen with the Cybercab? Are they going to sell it? You know, this whole idea
the
that
launch of production is, it sounds like Q2 2026. I mean, they'll be only 2026, so I'm adding Q2 because that's my hope. But I don't think initially it is meant to be sold. I want to reiterate what I said years ago, and sometimes I repeat myself on it. I do believe in the end, Tesla will not sell cars anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that, you know, it breaks everybody's heart. And it's one of the things, you know, when I lease a car, and now I just leased one, I say, oh my God, I hope in 3 years I can still get one. You know, that's my only reason why I don't want to lease the car. But anyway, so if my theory on the car business proves right, I think we will see as of next year sales decline, because it just doesn't make any economic sense. If you can make $20,000-$30,000 of a Cybercab that you own, why would you sell it for a 12% margin, especially on more affordable cars? And it's all fine to be more affordable for the masses, but it's even better to be more affordable for your own cars that you run. So it's, you know, it just, for me, economically, it makes no sense that by 2030 and probably even earlier, they would sell cars. I think that will be the least best use of their time and money.
Exactly.
And it, you know, and serving consumers is a pain in the ass. Sorry about my own, I shouldn't speak like that, Herbert. I'm sorry, not on your channel. Because it is, you know, serving consumers is such an intensive, service-intensive business. All these service centers. I actually looked at the growth of the service centers and it's still growing when I looked at that. And you know, and you can't demantle this from one day to another, because there will be Teslas owned by private citizens in my scenario for decades to come, because there's, you know, 7 million cars around. But my theory is that by 2030, probably even earlier for part of it, there won't be cars sold. And the Cybercab is one of those that may not be sold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just want to say real quick, who would you rather do business with? One fleet that's got 1,000 cars, or 1,000 of me?
Exactly. Or me, Karen. Alexandra Karens.
Right. It just makes sense. I think the reason you would still be able to buy one is because Tesla may have a overproduction. They may have the ability to make so many that we can't absorb all of them. Cybercab, sure, we're going to put it in all the A, B, and C cities, but the D and below cities, my little town of 30,000 people, maybe it doesn't make sense for them to roll it out. They'd like me to roll it out instead. Here, Brian, you deal with it. If you want to buy them, I'll sell them to you.
It may be a perk for shareholders. It may be a perk for shareholders to be able to own them.
You know what? I think we need to get Cern. The big debate is this, right? Is that if you had built a car and you sell the car, then you get immediate thousands of dollars, right, into your bank account. And then you sell it to larger and larger TAMs because it's a lower cost model, and you go crazy like that. Versus you roll out the Cybercab and you're getting a monthly revenue stream per ride stream. Is that revenue stream equivalent? Is it much lower? And then in terms of this ramp of potential growth,
you don't even need Cern for that. We can tell you that. Of course, it's much better use of your money to run it yourself. I mean, of course, I love having Cern.
No, not to run it yourself versus selling it. I'm talking about if you have one scenario where you're selling cars and then you're letting that go, instead you're building Cybercabs, you're not selling them, you are putting them into a fleet of robotaxi. That per revenue stream is going to eventually be way more than, right?
Exactly.
But in that first year, in that second year, in that third year, does it match? That's the debate
does
that
it
people are
match?
saying.
It already, I mean, already in the first year, you will make more than the 12% you make on selling the car. And you don't have the whole hassle of having to look after the Bryans and Alexanders of this world.
Yeah. So then the question, I guess some people are saying, well, can you sell 1 million of those cars in that first year? And then versus can you sell 1 million, which people think you can, versus can you install 1 million in multiple markets fast enough?
Is that really a question?
Yes, the entire information article was
To me,
based
it
on
is.
that debate.
Yeah, I mean, I know
Alexandra?
that was the discussion. That was the discussion in at the executives level in Tesla 1.5 years ago. There is Cern. Where's your hair, Cern?
What? Oh,
Cern
because he
promised
showed a photo that he was going to wear a wig. That's right. Okay. Jeez.
Yeah, I have a weird theory. And hey, Cern, good to see you. And sometimes I try and think out 8 years and try to think the way Elon thinks. So he's clearly under a great sense of urgency since 2024. He saw certain things happening. He talked about sentient AI, artificial superintelligence. You know, he told us he was going to do this massive pivot of Tesla over to autonomy and robots. Because maybe, and this is where it gets really weird and twisted, and I haven't quite figured it all out yet, so it's going to be hard for me to explain, but it hit me last night when I was trying to sleep. And that is, he has to do all of this really fast because by 2030, there may be no opportunities to do it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He may not be able to outperform ASI if it exists.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they have to make their mark now, sacrifice everything now with extreme urgency towards pushing the company to the brink to nail autonomy and to ramp Optimus bots, to get XAI to scale with Colossus 1, Colossus 2, maybe even integrate Neuralink. Maybe he's going to be looking to Neuralink to expand his ability to outthink ASI in the future. All of this is coming together, and it really does give me a migraine when I think about it, but I'd like to just plant that far out there seed to think like maybe the way Elon is thinking 5 years into the future, 8 years into the future.
It doesn't even have to be that far. In 2 years, he needs to have the Mars going to going to Mars, and so he needs robots into that by then. That's self.
So Cern, I know that hit you, that question, and your mind is now spinning like mine. Am I way too far out there, or do you see what I'm trying to say? Getting into his head and why there is such a sense of urgency, even as involvement with the government, because for him to execute, he needs a government that will cooperate and not shut all the different components down that he needs to pull off this story.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. There's a massive sense of urgency. This is moving extremely fast. And by the way, the sooner that Wall Street gets off Tesla as a car company kick, the better. And we may see a full court press on some of that tonight. I just wanted to address Alexandra's comments first before I forget and before we move on about Tesla not selling cars anymore. And James, this relates to your comments as well. Financially speaking, it absolutely makes sense for Tesla to not sell cars to consumers anymore. But relating to James's comments, people will need income. If AI takes your job, where is your income coming from? So for that reason alone, I think that Tesla will continue to sell vehicles as a means for people to make money. And same thing with the Optimus car.
No. Remember, he said at multiple occasions that he is for what is that universal income?
Universal high income.
Right.
Universal
So that
income.
Basic income, exactly, universal basic income. So the way, I mean, it's not for Tesla to play charity to people, giving them a car to have some money income. I that would be
It's not about charity.
against all
Tesla can
odds.
still make plenty of money in that scenario, Alexandra. It's about not having people with the pitchforks storming Giga Texas and demanding change. It's about bringing as many people along with them in the political process as we go through this change to a world where humans are no longer involved in the production process, where it's all robotic labor. And so you've got to find a bridge to that. I guess you could say that, hey, it's the government's responsibility completely, but then the problem is the government's going to look to the most profitable companies, and they're going to come along with a big empty bag and say, please fill this with your money. Right. So this is going to be a very tricky transformation, and I think Elon understands the trickiness of this. And you don't want to put a even bigger political target on your head than he has now, in my opinion.
Yes. Correct.
Okay,
And we're
so
not
if-
even talking about national security either, which is absolutely integral to all of this, which nobody ever talks about. I mean, you just look at global trade over the last 20 years, 25 years. What's happened?
The other thing too is this whole tariff
So-
battle is moot because at some point, because you can make everything at home, and it's a point that we've discussed before. But we will no longer be shipping finished products from China in a few years. We can make everything here.
I'm going to be dropping out for a little bit. It is 5:19 a.m. here. I got on this call at 3:15 a.m., so I am not all here. So thank you guys for
Thanks, Brian.
hanging out, and
Thank you,
we'll see you.
Brian.
Yep.
Enjoy China.
Thanks,
Thank
Brian.
you.
Cheers, Brian.
All right, so in
Take care,
10
Brian.
minutes, we're going to have the actual live stream. Cern, did you want to go through your deck?
Well,
slides?
there's just 3 charts there, Herbert, that I thought were interesting. I think you guys covered all these points, but just to visually see it, here's the gross margins for the 3 different business lines. Energy perked up again. I think it was 28.8% margins, not quite the peak of over 30 a couple of quarters ago, but that's pretty solid. The auto business, no great surprise there. In the blue line coming back down a little bit, and then services and other, again, that's not really operated to maximize profits. By the way, that business is not too far away from being profitable now over its lifetime. We're getting close for that business to be gross margin profitable over the course of its entire existence. So hopefully in a few quarters. And then the other observation I had is this is their CapEx chart, and Alexandra mentioned this in terms of CapEx dropping way off in Q1. And this is what essentially saved the free cash flow generation for the quarter.
Yep.
And so to me, this speaks to Tesla's really strong financial management, right? If you're heading into a difficult quarter, why make it even harder for yourself and have yourself in a negative free cash flow situation if perhaps you can defer some of your CapEx into Q2, Q3, and Q4? And I think that's exactly what happened here. I think you will see this pick up again for the rest of the year. And then you can see in the final chart, Herbert, the free cash flow still positive in what was otherwise an extremely difficult quarter.
Yeah, Jeff
It
Bezos.
was really clear they tried to squeeze every penny out of it, and it's so much more impressive as it's a company that is always very, very, very prudent with investments, and so reducing capex by half, still producing free cash flow in a quarter where your most sold lines are off for multiple weeks, and you actually upgrade other lines for the new product. So it's everything was impacted in 4 factories. It's actually impressive, and I'm not sure anybody else than Tesla fanatics will see it, but it surely is. I just want to get back 1 second to your charity point, Cern, because this bothers me, because I don't want to be the bad girl in this whole discussion. But if jobs are getting redundant, if labor is becoming redundant, that is not because of Tesla. That is because of many other players. I mean, Tesla may have one of the players, for cab drivers or for truck drivers, but the main economy, which is profoundly changing in the next 5 to 10 years, is not going to just is not going to just be Tesla's responsibility. So I don't really see why Tesla's responsibility should now be in a charitable way. I see James laughing already. My German side comes out of
markets are spiking. All the markets are going bonkers right now. So it's I'm not
Oh,
laughing.
good. You're not
What's going
laughing
on?
because of me. Okay, thank
I
you.
don't know. Bitcoin spiked. Tesla's 244. Everything's shooting up. I don't know why. I'm going to try to find
Good.
out.
So anyway,
Oh,
so
Trump
I just feel it's not
just said he has no
it's not
intention of firing Powell.
Oh,
Why
Well-
should that make the market go up?
Yeah,
Should be the other-
shouldn't.
Because it caused the markets to go down a day or two ago
it
because
did
he
on
said
Monday. Yeah, sure.
he says I'll get rid of him when I want to get rid of him, and
He's
that'd be
always
very
late, Mr.
destabilizing
Always
for
late.
global markets.
And I'd like to make one comment too. I hope I'm not cutting somebody off, but Cern, what you said about free cash flow, and Alexander, what you said about that too as well, it takes me back to, I think it was 2003, 2004, where Jeff Bezos always stressed the importance of free cash flow. It is the only critical
Only measure.
financial metric for
course.
evaluating a company's long-term value.
Yeah.
Of course.
Period. That's it.
I know.
There's nothing else. Forget
And
EPS.
Herbert knows.
Forget GAAP.
How do I know?
earnings,
Why do I know?
Non-GAAP.
And Herbert knows every time he invites me, I say, I'm going to talk about free cash flow
Free
because
cash flow.
that's the first number I always jump to. I don't even look
Yeah.
at the margins and all that. What the
Yeah,
heck?
Cern, can you show the audience that chart one more time because they probably didn't understand it, and talk about how hard it is to make the type of capital investments they are making, building the whole breadth of 18 different things that they are building and still have free cash flow? It is bonkers. Absolutely bonkers.
Particularly in a difficult quarter where deliveries were way lower than what would normally have been expected if there wasn't a model changeover.
Yep.
Very difficult challenge, right? And preparing the company for this massive transition that they're about to go through.
Correct.
So yeah, this operationally is very impressive. SG&A expenses were also down quarter over quarter, which is for me kind of surprising. So again, just a well-managed company on many, many different levels.
Yeah, and to reiterate again, things that are very impressive: reg credits up 35% year over year, services up 15% year over year, in a time when like the superchargers etc. are generating a lot of that, and energy storage 67% year over year, and that's only going to, like a year from now, that'll probably be more like 200% year over year with the two other gigas ramping up. I think these are important things as well to note.
Total reg credits now since 2012, I think, are almost $11 billion. So I'm happy to collect $11 billion on something that people think is going to go away next quarter.
Yep.
And by the way, you can look at that many ways. One of the ways I look at it is that's funding, helping to fund CapEx. And over that same time period, they've spent over 40 billion on CapEx. So about 27% of their CapEx budget has been funded by their competition. I don't know of any other company in the world that gets their CapEx funded by their competitors, or a portion of their CapEx funded by competition. It's kind of astonishing. Now, of course, that's not exactly what happens, but you could look at it that way in terms of that money coming in that Tesla then can then turn around and spend to build out their business to further compete against the competition that's helping to pay the bills. It's a very unique position to be in.
Absolutely. And I think I'm looking at the market. Always takes them half an hour or an hour to digest some of the data that's in there and read between the lines, but we're seeing it in the price action right now. Tesla up at 246. So again, it opened the day at what, 229? See if we can get to a 10% day up to Herbert's 250 target.
Yeah, that's why that was my guess. 250.
Go.
Go.
$4.
Yeah. $4.
Do
All
it.
right. Yeah.
Just to go back to Alexander's point earlier about a discussion that we're having about, Tesla making Cybercabs available to, sell to people. I guess my question is, what's the purpose of doing that?
Well, okay, Cern, I think you and I, we need to do a show where you compare what
Invite me too. I wanna counter a bit.
Scenario one is where you show a low cost vehicle sold And because it's low cost, right, it can be sold to all these markets, right? China, India, all these easily sold right away. Versus creating millions of cybercabs and how long it takes for each market to adopt it regulatory, how long it takes for each per ride revenue margin drops into the bottom line. How do those two lines compare? That's what the argument is. Some people are saying that, the Tesla executives had argued against Elon, saying we can make more money selling a car versus going robotaxi full on.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely a near-term hedge. My guess is if I run the numbers that the
couple years
keeping
from
the
now.
vehicles in-house is probably far better than trying to sell them. So I yield that point, but I guess my question is, why did Elon say that they would sell the Cybercab to people? What's the purpose of doing that? Why would he say that if he's
I
not
hope he
thinking
gives
beyond
us,
just the
I hope
financial?
he gives us shareholders a privilege to have them and run them. I think that
Okay,
would be
can
a
you guys-
really nice gesture. I think this has been overdue for multiple years, that shareholders need a little perk, and that could be a nice one.
You guys can hear the music?
No,
Can
No.
you hear music?
Not
No.
yet,
no, we
no.
cannot.
Hey, just so as we're going into this call, I mean, there's been some major, statements from the president. China tariffs will come down. They won't be as high as 145%, but they also won't be zero. That's a lot of base cases for that. I won't play hardball with China is another statement. So anyway, interesting set of statements.
he
We're kind of on a
backing
roller
down?
coaster from a macro perspective.
It was always a negotiation.
Oh, we have nothing but uncertainty. We're still in the uncertainty loop. I'd like to see some movement, but yeah, it's why the markets are
I hear
Can
music.
you hear the
Yes,
music?
I can hear the music.
man-made.
Do you want us to stay, or can we log out and come back in?
No, you can log out and come back in. But please come back. The whole point is the
I'm
post-show
just
analysis.
slow. I'm a slow lady. I have to think this through always.
Can you guys hear
Hey,
the
Herbert,
music? Yeah.
Did we touch on the fact that did you guys, when I walked away, did you look at the Optimus line pictures? Did you guys see that
Yeah.
the Optimus
Yeah.
is a very different looking Optimus that's being assembled?
Well, when you were with us, we went and did a deep dive, but I was going to say something about that, but I did not look like Optimus 3 though. But did you think it was something different?
What do you mean it didn't look like? It's not what's been walking around in all the videos. The head's changed, the shoulders have changed, a lot of things have changed. I posted about it.
Nice.
It's in the deck. I mean, you can, if you zoom in on it, that is a smaller, to me, it looks like a smaller, lighter, which is what you want. And more refined looking Optimus. Anyway, I thought that was newsworthy. The purpose of that picture was not to show that layout. That is not a great layout for a factory.
And is it funny how they put the shirt on? I mean, I know it's not a shirt, but the breast cover. And that's the one they want to show.
It's kind of interesting too. When I look at the line, you've a man on the left and a woman on the right, and a man on the left and a woman on the right. It's like they have males and females working on the robots on a different side at each time. And it does look smaller. I think you're dead right, Jeff. And the shoulder looks very different too.
Yeah, if you put a Gen 2 next to it, it's meaningfully different.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just interesting. That to me, that was the Easter egg in that picture. They did that's a prototype NPI line type picture that wasn't organized like one of their beautiful production lines. But I mean, for them, it's exciting that they have a higher volume line available to build on. Anyway, I'll shut up. It's like we're getting into this.
A legion of 5,000 is coming.
Yeah.
So, Jeff, just eyeballing this image, when you look at all these workstations, I count at least 100 simultaneous, maybe 120. To get to 5,000, time to production for each one. Do you think 5,000 is doable by year end with this existing room?
They should be able to do 100 per week, right?
Yeah. It's hard to look at a photo. Doing 5,000 pre-SOP is not unheard of. They're just going to be iterating along the way. They're not all going to be one version, in my opinion. They're going to be trying different things to solve different problems. But yeah, it's not, to me, it's not unheard of. Although they'll be a lot more uniform, a lot
Tesla
more
about to touch
homogeneous than what they've been doing at this point.
Tesla about to touch 249. Then by the way, if Tesla does breach 250, there's going to be a smell of burnt hair in the room with all the shorts being squeezed.
Yeah.
How come?
Well,
Why is
I
that,
love
James?
how you dream about that. It's not gonna happen. I tell you, not with 100,000. With what is it? 70 million shares out there. No.
No, not with the shares. But remember, there are people that have to cover, like the market makers have to cover their options.
And the margin.
So that's the
Margins
problem.
have to be covered.
Yes.
Margins are probably a tougher situation than shorts.
Exactly.
Shorts work very hard at covering their positions or maintaining some cover for their positions. But people who have margins are often caught in very, very difficult circumstances.
Okay.
Those statements by the president in the last 10 minutes, that opens the door for negotiations with China, where it didn't appear like they were open based on the comments from over the weekend. So let's see if we get something from
That's
them
great timing.
overnight. Exactly.
Great
And
timing
it
for
should
Trump
be-
to say that.
As long as there's
now,
nothing
just-
said on top of it, it should be good tomorrow too.
Elon calls up President Trump. Can you say something just before the call?
Yeah. Well, it's a
Right?
$20
What
day
a
so far.
coincidence.
Yeah, the stock has gone up $10 in after hours and $10.50 during the day, and up even at $3 or $4 in pre-market this morning. So it's a $23 day so far.
Jeez.
Well, what is your experience
Nobody
so
would have
far,
predicted that.
Pardon?
James? What's your experience so far, James, with like stock pre-earnings, post-earnings? Like what's going to happen?
Well, I told you it would be, it's typically with Tesla, it either goes down 10% or up 10%. But when you have a massive perpetual sell-off and a quadruple bottom in the 6 weeks leading up to earnings, there's no more downside. And that's what I said very clearly before when we got started. So while people were, and when I looked at the call option action and even the amount of shares short, it had actually dwindled as well. I think I wasn't the only one to think that.
Yeah, Tom Lee of Fundstrat just last week said that he thinks Tesla is sold out, meaning that all the people who want to sell Tesla have already sold it.
Yeah,
So that means
I
that
totally agree
220
with that.
was the bottom, and he doesn't expect it to fall below 220. I mean, this is just his, technical analysis.
Anybody who's been listening to me, you've heard that 220 number 100 times in the last 6 weeks.
Mhm.
So every technical indicator that's out there pointed to exactly that level.
Okay, here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Tesla's first quarter 2025 Q&A webcast. My name is Travis Axelrod, Head of Investor Relations, and I'm joined today by Elon Musk, Deb Taneja, and a number of other executives. Our Q1 results were announced at about 3 p.m. Central Time in the update deck we published at the same link as this webcast. During this call, we will discuss our business outlook and make forward-looking statements. These comments are based on our predictions and expectations as of today. Actual events or results could differ materially due to a number of risks and uncertainties, including those mentioned in our most recent filings with the SEC. During the question and answer portion of today's call, please limit yourself to one question and one follow-up. Please use the raise hand button to join the question queue. Before we jump into Q&A, Elon will be providing an update. Elon?
Hello, everyone. Well, it's never a dull moment these days. One thing's for sure, every day is going to be exciting. As people know, there's been some blowback for the time that I've been spending in government with the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. I think the work that we're doing there is actually very important for trying to rein in the insane deficit that is leading our country, the United States, to destruction. And the DOGE team has made a lot of progress in addressing waste and fraud. The natural blowback from that is those who were receiving the wasteful dollars and the fraudulent dollars will try to attack me and DOGE team and anything associated with me. So
But then I'm really left with two choices. Should we just let the waste and fraud continue? And it was continuing at it to grow at a really unsustainable pace that was bankrupting the country, or to fight the waste and fraud and try to get the country back on the right track. And I believe the right thing to do is to fight the waste and fraud and get the country back on the right track, and working together with President Trump and his administration. Because if the ship of America goes down, we all go down with it, including Tesla and everyone else. So I think this is this critical work. Now, the protests that you'll see out there, they're very organized, they're paid for. They're obviously not going to admit that the reason that they're protesting is because they're receiving fraudulent money, or that they're the recipients of wasteful largesse, but they're going to come up with some other reason. But that is the real reason for the protests. The actual reason is that those receiving the waste and fraud wish to continue receiving it. That is the real thing that's going on here, obviously. So now that said, I do think there's the large slug of work necessary to get the Doge team in place and working in the government to get the financial house in order is mostly done. And I think starting probably in next month, May, my time allocation to Doge will drop significantly. I'll have to continue doing it for, I think, probably the remainder of the president's term, just to make sure that the waste and fraud that we stop does not come roaring back, which we'll do if it has the chance. So I think I'll continue to spend, a day or two per week on government matters for as long as the president would like me to do so, and as long as it is useful. But starting next month, I'll be allocating far more of my time to Tesla, and now that the major work of establishing the Department of Government Efficiency is done. So at Tesla, we've gone through many a crisis over the years, and actually been through many near-death experiences. I think we're on the ragged edge of death, at least maybe a dozen times. It's been so many times. This is not one of those times. We're not on the ragged edge of death, not even close. But there are some challenges, and I expect that this year will be there'll probably be some unexpected bumps this year. But I remain extremely optimistic about the future of the company. The future of the company is fundamentally based on large-scale autonomous cars, and large-scale, in large volume, vast numbers of autonomous humanoid robots. So the value of a company that makes truly useful autonomous humanoid robots and autonomous useful vehicles at scale, at low cost, which is what Tesla's going to do, is staggering. I continue to believe that Tesla, with excellent execution, will be the most valuable company in the world by far. So that's an important if. We must execute well. But if we do execute well, I think Tesla will be the most valuable company in the world by far. It may be as valuable as the next 5 companies combined. So but there'll be a few bumps along the road before that happens. I said, I think on the last earnings call that, we'll start to see the prosperity of autonomy take effect in a material way around the middle of next year. We still expect to be selling fully autonomous rides in June in Austin, as we've been saying for now several months. So that's continued. But the real question from a financial standpoint is, when does it really become material and affect the bottom line of the company, and start to be a fundamental part of the when does it move the financial needle in a significant way? That's probably around the middle of next year, second half of next year. And then once it does start to move the financial needle in a significant way, it will really go exponential from there. So I'd encourage people to look beyond like the, some sort of bumps and potholes of the road immediately ahead of us, but lift your gaze to the bright, shining, citadel on a hill. I don't know, some Reagan-esque imagery, and that's where we're headed, and not too distant future, like I said, end of next year type of thing. So, let's see. With respect to supply chain risk, something that Tesla has been working on for several years is to localize supply chains. This actually makes sense from a cost standpoint, and from a logistics risk standpoint. Is to have the supply chains be at least located on the continent in which the car is built. And so we are, I think, the least affected car company with respect to tariffs, at least in most respects. I mean, it remains to be seen. Now tariffs are still, tough on a company when margins are still low. But we do have localized supply chains in North America, Europe, and China. So that puts us in a stronger position than any of our competitors. And undoubtedly, I'm going to get a lot of questions about tariffs, and I just want to emphasize that the tariff decision is entirely up to the President of the United States. I will weigh in with my advice with the President, which he will listen to my advice, but then it's up to him, of course, to make his decision. I've been on the record many times as saying that I believe lower tariffs are generally a good idea for prosperity. But this decision is fundamentally up to the elected representative of the people, being the President of the United States. So, I'll continue to advocate for lower tariffs rather than higher tariffs, but that's all I can do. So, now let me walk you through why I'm so excited about the future of Tesla. So first of all, autonomy. The team and I are laser focused on bringing robotaxi to Austin in June. Unsupervised autonomy will first be solved for the Model Y in Austin, and then actually we should parse out the terms robotic taxi or robotaxi, and just generally like what's the Cybercab, because we've got a product called the Cybercab, and then but any Tesla, which could be an S3, X, or Y that is autonomous, is a robotic taxi or robotaxi. It's very confusing. So the vast majority of the Tesla fleet that we've made is capable of being a robotaxi or robotic taxi. And as we're going from, once we can make the system work where you can have paid rides fully autonomously with no one in the car in one city, that is a very scalable thing for us to go broadly within whatever jurisdiction allows us to operate. So because what we're solving for is a general solution to autonomy, not a city-specific solution for autonomy, once we make it work in a few cities, we can basically make it work in all cities in that legal jurisdiction. So once we can make it basically work in a few cities in America, we can make it work anywhere in America. Once we can make it work in a few cities in China, we can make it work anywhere in China, likewise in Europe, limited only by regulatory approvals. So this is the advantage of having a generalized solution using artificial intelligence and an AI chip that Tesla designed specifically for this purpose, as opposed to very expensive sensors and high precision maps of a particular neighborhood where that neighborhood may change or often changes, and then the cost stops working. So we have a general solution instead of a specific solution. Yeah. Then with regard to Optimus, making good progress on Optimus. We expect to have thousands of Optimus robots working in Tesla factories by the end of this year, doing useful work. And we expect to scale Optimus up faster than any product, I think, in history, to get to millions of units per year as soon as possible. I think feel confident in getting to 1 million units per year in less than 5 years, maybe 4 years. So by 2030, I feel confident in predicting 1 million Optimus units per year. It might be 2029. So let's see, with respect to energy, our energy business is doing very well. The Megapack enables utility companies to output far more total energy than would otherwise be the case. When you think of the energy capability of a grid, it's much more than say total energy output per year. If the power plants could operate at peak power for all 24 hours, as opposed to being at half power or sometimes a quarter power at night, then you could double the energy output of existing power plants. But in order to do that, you need to buffer the energy so that you can charge up something like battery pack at night and then discharge into the grid during the day. So this is a massive unlock on total energy output of any given grid over the course of a year. And utility companies are beginning to realize this and are buying our megapacks at scale. So at this point, a gigawatt class battery is quite a common thing. So we have many orders in the hopper for gigawatt and beyond batteries. And we expect the stationary energy storage business to scale ultimately to terawatts per year. So very, very big numbers. Now, Q1, first quarters of a year are usually pretty tricky because it's usually the worst quarter of the year because people don't want to go buy a car in the middle of winter during a blizzard. So, so we picked Q1 as like a good quarter to do a cutover to the new version of the Model Y, and we changed production of the world's best-selling cars. Worth remembering, the Model Y is the best-selling car of any kind on Earth, with a 1.1 billion unit per year output of a single model. And we did this changeover at the same time in factories all across the world. So congratulations to the Tesla team on an amazing job in pulling off what is a very difficult transition. So yeah, it's really, that was very impressive work. So yeah. In conclusion, while there are many near-term headwinds for us and the broader industry, the future for Tesla is brighter than ever. The value of the company is delivering sustainable abundance with our affordable AI-powered robots. So this spray, I like this phrase, sustainable abundance for all. If you say, like, what's the ideal future that you can imagine? That's what you'd want. You'd want abundance for all in a way that's sustainable. It's good for the environment. Basically, this is the happy future. If you say, what's the happiest future you can imagine? One which is, that would be a future where there's sustainable abundance for all. Closest thing to heaven we can get on Earth, basically. So thank you again to the Tesla team for all their efforts at this challenging time. I look forward to continuing to lead the team to great success in the future.
Great. Thank you very much, Elon. Before we move on, Vaibhav has some opening remarks as well.
Thanks, Elon. As Elon mentioned, in Q1, we achieved something which has never been undertaken in the automotive industry of updating all our factories for the best-selling car in the world all at the same time. And this people don't understand, this was not a small feat. We're not aware of anybody else being able to do the best-selling car all at once within a quarter, and that too hitting all the timelines which we had established at the beginning. So big kudos to the team for making this happen. Additionally, we also hit a record gross profit for energy storage business in the quarter. Now, getting back into the business, there's been a lot of speculation as to the reasons for decline of our vehicle deliveries in the first quarter. We had previously guided that we will be updating all factories, and this would lead to several weeks of lost production, which did happen as planned. The ripple effect of the change is not having enough new Model Y available in most markets for people to see and experience till the last few weeks of the quarter. Additionally, the negative impact of vandalism and unwarranted hostility towards our brand and our people had an impact in certain markets. Despite this, we were able to sell out legacy Model Y in US, China, and a few other markets within the quarter. And again, just so people understand, we were producing the legacy Model Y till middle to end of February. And we switched over and we were able to still sell out within that period. So again, big achievement by all the people at Tesla to make it happen. We have a very extremely competitive vehicle lineup, which with most vehicles going through a recent update. And add to that advances in FSD, you have a personal chauffeur which can take you almost anywhere under supervision. There are numerous stories shared by customers ranging from how it has improved their daily commute, to providing mobility to customers with disabilities, to giving older customers the ability to travel comfortably and independently. Not only is FSD supervised safer than a human driver, but it is also improving the lives of individuals who experience it. And again, this is something you have to experience, and anybody who has experienced just knows it. And we've been doing a lot lately, try and get those stories out, at least on X, so that people can see how other people have benefited from this. Now, coming into some of the financial stuff, auto margins declined sequentially, primarily due to the reduction in the total number of deliveries, lower fixed cost absorption due to factory changeovers, and lower regulatory credit revenues, offset by a slight increase in pricing due to the launch of new Model Y, despite incentives which we had to sell legacy Model Y. Our energy storage business, like I said before, has achieved yet another milestone of great highest gross profit in the quarter. This was despite sequential decline in deployments. The importance of this business, as Elon mentioned, is pretty profound, especially in this environment, because if in order for grid to work properly with the demands from AI and all this, you need some more stability. And this is by far the simplest and best solution which we are aware of, which can help do this. And we've also developed certain unique solutions to help our customers to achieve this. Additionally, on the Powerwall side, we've been selling the new Powerwall 3, and it's been received with very good reception from customers, and to the extent that we are currently supply constrained. On services and other margins, they were slightly down sequentially, primarily because of the pressure on our used car business and insurance business. Note that we continued our journey to improve profitability in our services and collision business through better labor productivity. As previously discussed, our operating expenses continue to increase sequentially, primarily due to our AI-related initiatives, including Optimus, and also cost of development for our vehicle programs, including Cybercab, Semi, and cheaper models. These expenses flow through R&D. We believe, even in the current environment, it is the right strategy to keep making investments in these areas to position us for the long term. These increases were offset by decreases in SG&A from changes in our vehicle referral program. Other income reduced significantly on a sequential basis. The primary reason was Bitcoin mark-to-market loss in Q1 versus gain in Q4, resulting in a $472 million drop. The remainder of the change is because of FX remeasurement. With the adoption of the new mark-to-market standard for Bitcoin, we expect increased volatility in other income in addition to the FX volatility. I know tariffs is the hottest topic which people talk about, and it has various impacts to our business. As Elon mentioned, on the vehicle business, we've been on this journey of regionalization for years. Specifically in the US, Model Y has been rated the most American model made car on Cars.com Made in America Index 3 years in a row. This in part is of all the work which the team has been doing over the years. And to the extent that today, if you look at our vehicle lineup in US, we're about approximately on a weighted average basis, 85% USMCA compliant. So like Elon said, this definitely gives us a bigger edge as compared to our other OEMs in terms of managing the tariffs, but we're not immune because when the Section 232 auto tariffs become effective in May, which includes Canada and Mexico, and Canada and Mexico has been part of our regionalization strategy, they will have an impact on profitability. And I know research modeling on this impact has been about a couple of thousand, which is pretty much in line with what we've been forecasting. The impact of tariffs on the energy business will be outsized since we source LFP battery cells from China. We're in the process of commissioning equipment for the local manufacturing of LFP battery cells in the US. However, the equipment which we have can only service a fraction of our total installed capacity at Lathrop. We've also been working on securing additional supply chain from non-China based suppliers, but it will take time. Also note that, irrespective of all the impact on US from tariffs on the energy business, we do have Megafactory China, which just started operations in Q1, and that should take care of our business outside of US. There's also an important impact of tariffs on our capital investments. I know this is going to sound counterintuitive since in order to onshore manufacturing or expand lines, we have to bring equipment from outside the US because there is not that much capacity in US. And the current trade environment, such equipment being brought in is subject to.
The expense is bringing it in from China right now.
Exactly. And the reality is that China has the basic one which has the most capacity to provide this equipment. Our capex guidance, inclusive of model tariffs, even with the optimization we have tried to do, it is forecasted to be still in excess of 10 billion this year. And we're still evaluating what more to do on this thing. To summarize, we have near-term challenges in our business due to tariffs and brand image. We think our strategy of providing the best product at a competitive price is going to be a winner, and this is the reason we're still focused on bringing cheaper models to market soon, with start of production still planned for June. Additionally, the advancement in FSD-related features, including pilot robotaxi launch in Austin later this year, should help create a new era of demand. I would like to thank everyone at Tesla and our customers.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Vaibhav. Now we will move on to investor questions. We will start with questions from say.com. First question is, what are the highest risk items on the critical path to robotaxi launch and scaling?
It is Ashok.
Yeah, we've got Ashok on.
Sure. Well, just to clarify the disambiguate the Cybercab from robotaxi once again. When will the Teslas, because the Teslas that will be fully autonomous in June in Austin will be Model Ys. So that is that's currently on track to be able to do paid rides fully autonomously in Austin in June, and then to be in many other cities in the U.S. by the end of this year. It's very difficult. It's difficult to predict the exact ramp, sort of week by week, month by month, except that it will ramp up very quickly. So it's going to be like basically an S curve where it's very difficult to predict the intermediate slope of the S curve, but you kind of know where the S curve is going to end up, which is the vast majority of the Tesla fleet being autonomous. So that's why I feel confident in predicting large-scale autonomy around the middle of next year, right? Certainly the second half of next year, meaning I predict that there will be millions of Teslas operating autonomously, fully autonomously, in the second half of next year. It does seem increasingly likely that there will be a localized parameter set where sort of like that the especially for places that have, say, very snowy weather, like say if you're in the Northeast or something, that like there's, you can think of it, it's kind of like a human. Like if you can be a very good driver in California, but are you going to be also a good driver in a blizzard in Manhattan? You're not going to be as good. So there is actually some value in, you can still drive, but your probability of an accident is higher. So it's increasingly obvious that there's some value to having a localized set of parameters for different regions and localities. But this is I put that in the nice to have category. It's not the required category. Again, it's really the car is just very much like a human. It's digital neural nets and cameras, and humans operate with biological neural nets and eyes. And so the same strengths and weaknesses will be present for a digital neural net and cameras versus a biological neural net and eyes. Ashok, if you'd like to elaborate on that.
Yeah, and speaking to the location-specific models, we still have a generalized approach, and you can see that from deployment of FSD supervised in China, where with this very minimal data that's like China-specific, the models generalize quite well to completely different driving styles. That just like shows that the AI-based solution that we have is the right one, because if you had gone down the previous rule-based solutions or like more hard-coded HD map-based solutions, it would have taken like many years to get China to work. You can see those in the videos that people post online themselves. So the generalized solution that we are pursuing is the right one that's going to scale well. And you can think of this like location-specific parameters that Elon alluded to as like a mixture of experts. And if you're sort of like familiar with the AI models like Grok and others, they all use this mixture of experts to sort of like specialize the parameters to specific tasks while still being general. This makes the model use limited amount of compute to solve for the diversity of tasks that it has to solve. In terms of addressing the question that asks for, what are the critical things that we need to get right, one thing I would like to note is validation. Self-driving is a long-tail problem where there can be a lot of edge cases that only happen very rarely. Currently, we are driving around in Austin using our QA fleet, but then it's like super rare to get interventions that are critical for robotaxi operation. And so you can like go many days without getting a single intervention. So you can't easily know whether you're improving or regressing in your capacity. And we need to build out sophisticated simulations, including neural network-based video generation. That's all happening in the background to make sure that we deliver a safe product and we are able to measure our safety, even though we can't just like see it by driving around the block or something like that.
In very basic terms, if we're seeing an accident every 10,000 miles, well, then you have to drive 10,000 miles on average before you get an accident or an intervention. So it's like, okay. Now imagine, I mean, we must be really, people must be very worked out by the sheer number of Teslas doing circuits in Austin right now. We're like, well, it's going to look pretty bizarre.
Yeah. Some people are chasing us away.
Yeah. There's just always a convoy of Teslas going all over to Austin in circles. But yeah, as I just can't emphasize this enough. In order to figure out long tail things, if it's 1 in 10,000, let's say it's 1 in 20,000 miles or 1 in 30, then now the average person drives 10,000 miles in a year. So now try to compress that test cycle into a matter of, a few months. That means you need a lot of cars doing a lot of driving in order to compress that, to do in a matter of a month what would normally take someone a year.
Yeah, and
exactly.
I would just also add that, if you haven't looked at those videos coming out of China, people are
those videos are amazing.
Yeah, they're putting it to real test. I mean, they're taking dirt roads.
Frankly, I think the Chinese consumer might be the most demanding consumer, and I actually, our customers in China are awesome. They have a lot of fun with the cars. I saw one guy take a Tesla on autonomously on a narrow dirt road.
Yes.
Across like a mountain, and I'm like, still a very brave person. And the Tesla's driving along on a road with no barriers, where if he makes a mistake, he's going to plunge to his doom. But it worked.
Great, thank you.
And if the question was on Cybercab itself, we're in B sample validation now.
Yeah, we should ask that question too.
Yeah, we have our first big builds coming at the end of this quarter, within Q2, and then in the coming months we start to large scale installation of all the equipment in GIGA Texas with still on schedule for production next year.
Yeah, and I just want to also clarify, because I think people don't understand. They think that there's no new building being built, and where is Cybercab going to
Oh,
be?
it's in the Giga
It's
factory.
within the same factory.
Yeah, yeah.
It's happening and people don't know it's just happening upstairs and all along the lines while we're still building the Model Ys and Cybertrucks every day.
Yeah, it's worth noting that the Tesla Gigafactory in Austin is 3 times the size of the Pentagon.
Including the garden. Yeah.
Yeah, including the Ground Zero garden. So I go visit the Pentagon. I'm like, this building used to look big, but anymore.
Great. Thank you very much. The next question is, when will FSD unsupervised be available for personal use on personally owned cars?
Before the end of this year. Not necessarily I say within the US, like we do want to test, like we're at Tesla, we're absolutely hardcore about safety. We go to great lengths to make the safest car in the world and have the lowest accidents per mile, and fewest lives lost. So we want to be very careful. So we want autonomy to be definitively safer than manual driving. So it's not enough that it just be as safe. It needs to be meaningfully safer than if it's for cars manually driven. So, and we want to confirm that there's not something. We just want to be cautious with the rollout. We don't want to jump in at the deep end with an army. So, but that said, I think we should be able to have it work in several cities later this year for personal use. The acid test being you should be able to can you go to sleep in your car and wake up at your destination. And I'm confident that will be available in many cities in the US by the end of this year.
Great, thank you very much. The next question is Tesla still on track for releasing more affordable models this year? Or will you be focusing on simplified versions to enhance affordability, similar to the rear-wheel drive Cybertruck?
Yeah, we're still planning to release models this year. As with all launches, we're working through like the last minute issues that pop up. We're knocking them down one by one. At this point, I would say that ramp might be a little slower than we had hoped initially, but there's nothing, just kind of given that turmoil that exists in the industry right now. But there's nothing that's blocking us from starting production within the timeline laid out in the opening remarks. And I will say it's important to emphasize that, as we've said all along, the full utilization of our factories is the primary goal for these new products. And so flexibility of what we can do within the form factor and the design of it is really limited to what we can do on our existing lines rather than building new ones. But we've been targeting the low cost of ownership. Monthly payment is the biggest differentiator for our vehicles. And that's why we're focused on bringing these new models with the lowest price to the market within the constraints I just highlighted.
Great. Thank you very much. The next question is, does Tesla see robotaxi as a winner-take-most market? And as you approach the Austin launch, how do you expect to compare against Waymo's offering, especially regarding pricing, geofencing, and regulatory flexibility?
Well, okay. The issue with Waymo's cars is they cost way more money. Room shot. What a bum. But that is the issue. The cars are very expensive, made in low volume. Teslas are, I don't know, probably cost a quarter or 20% of what a Waymo costs, and made in very high volume. Ironically, we're the ones that made the bet that a pure AI solution with cameras and audio, the car actually will listen for sirens and that kind of thing, is the right move. And Waymo decided that an expensive sensor suite was the way to go, even though Google's very good at AI. It's ironic. And it is worth noting that Tesla's built an incredible AI software team and AI hardware chip design team. from scratch, from nothing. We didn't acquire anyone. We just built it. So, yeah, it's really, I mean, I don't see anyone being able to compete with Tesla at present. I'm sure that'll change eventually. But at least as far as I'm aware, Tesla will have, I don't know, 99% market share or something ridiculous. That 90-something percent? At least, I don't know, at least something might change, but you know, if we have millions of cars deployed next year, and unless others have millions of cars deployed, we'll have, unless we're blocked by regulatory situations, it won't be long. I mean, in a few years, we'll have 10 million autonomous cars on the roads, then, you know, and counting.
I mean, the other thing which people forget is like we're not just developing the software solution, we are also manufacturing the cars.
Yeah.
And like, you know what, like Waymo has, they're taking cars and then trying to put
way more money.
We don't do that. So that definitely gives us a big leg up. And like Elon said, we already have a big existing fleet, which hopefully with the software update could become autonomous.
With the software update, it will become autonomous. To be clear, the Model Y that we're talking about in being autonomous in Austin in June are the Model Ys we make currently. There's no change to it.
I think people don't appreciate that the car which they can buy today,
The car that they have.
or the car they have, is capable of these kind of things.
In fact, it does drive autonomously from the factory to the end of line, every car.
Yeah.
So in the US, through the tunnel, the Model Ys, everything.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. We have, it is being put to use. It's doing useful work fully autonomously at the factories, as Ashok was mentioning. The cars drive themselves from end of line to where they're supposed to be picked up by a truck to be taken to a customer. And I'm confident also that later this year, the first Model Y will drive itself all the way to the customer. So from a factory in Boston and our one here in Fremont, California, I'm confident that from both factories, we'll be able to drive directly to a customer from the factory.
Cool delivery.
Yeah. Literally goes from the end of line and drives themselves to your house.
It's important to note in the factories, we don't have dedicated lanes or anything. People are coming in and out every day, trucks delivering supplies, parts, construction, you know,
and people can film it. By the way, you can see this from the road. Like it's not covered.
Exactly.
And there's videos, people take videos online, and anyone who wants to go see it can just drive past our Fremont factory and see the autonomous cars driving themselves. And they drive themselves and they put themselves in the exact right spot to be picked up.
Yeah, the logistics yard is right there in the open.
Yeah.
We don't move it again to another lane.
But they go to a specific parking spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's just a routine, like everyday thing now.
Great, thank you very much. The next question is, can you please provide an update on the unboxed method and how that is progressing?
Sure. It's progressing, absolutely. As I mentioned just a minute ago, like it is the basis for our Cybercab manufacturing process. It's really what we changed in order to allow the low cost of production and also get the super high levels of automation. Really levels of automation that are sort of unheard of in the vehicle manufacturing scale. This is like not something that, when you see it be produced, you'll think of in terms of like, wow, that's how a car has been built for 100 years. It's really something we've changed. In the past year, we've been like focusing on a lot of key development areas, like marrying these large sub-assemblies together in a precise way, in an accurate way. We've also de-risked things like corrosion of uncoated aluminum structures, the sealing across the seams of the vehicle, and when you marry assemble components. And we've even done early crash testing and proven that it's going to be just as safe as every other car we built. And so with all that combined, we kind of go into the builds that we have at the end of this quarter for the Cybercab product, and that's the next real big test of full scale, integration of the unbox process. And it's kind of where we are. So you'll see them in test and on on the test roads in a couple of months.
Yeah. And although the line won't be upset at this rate
Initially.
This is a revolutionary production system. I'm not sure what the right word is. Unboxing sounds like something like when you get your phone.
Can you open it up?
Yeah, you have like a pleasant experience when you take your phone out of the box. But which of course is nice, but this is much more revolutionary than that. This is a profound reimagining of how to make cars in the first place. No car is made like this anywhere in the world. The factory is the product as much as the car is the product. So it's really just the first principles approach to manufacturing that will ultimately allow us, I think, I'm confident ultimately it'll allow us to achieve a cycle time, meaning a unit every 5 seconds or less off a single line.
And we want to incorporate some of these for testing it into our existing production lines as well to us with the line Cybertruck already.
This is something I've been thinking about for a long time, and I've sort of been thinking about this for a long time, and it's kind of it's not a crazy thing. Like a car every 5 seconds may sound like it's coming out like bullets, but actually it's coming out at walking speed.
It's like a meter a second.
A meter a second. So this is like we're still far away from caring about the aerodynamic drag of the manufacturing line. Because you're still at 3 miles an hour type of thing. Every 5 seconds sounds crazy, but it's 3 miles an hour. That's what we're talking about. So you can run away from it basically. But that's still by far the fastest line on Earth. And it's like half motor like I don't know. What's like the best single line on Earth? It's like about
Shanghai phase 2.
And that's us?
33 seconds.
Yes.
And we're the fastest, right?
I would think so.
We think we're the fastest at 33 seconds in our Shanghai factory, but this would be 6 times faster or 7 times faster thereabouts. So it'll be slower than that at first, but the point is that like when you fully optimize the design and operation of the next generation factory that we're building right now, a 5 second cycle time or less is the design is capable of it. So if you like when you go through like a radical new architecture, you go from like being like an A. I mean, I'd say like probably Shanghai in particular is an A+ on a moderately, an advanced but still traditional car production system. Sort of, they're really doing about as good as possible to do within a conventional scenario. So trying to get much below, sort of below like 30 seconds, extremely difficult. But if not, and you start getting into sort of impossible, where you have to be faster than a human could possibly move. So then the autonomous line, it really just needs to be robots moving really fast, and that's where you get to sub 5 seconds. But we'll start off with getting a C in. Instead of an A, getting a C in a new architecture, but then the potential is there over time to move that up to an A+ within an A+ architecture.
Great, thank you very much. The next question is, how is Tesla positioning itself to flexibly adapt to global economic risks in the form of tariffs, political biases, etc.?
As Elon said, we've been supply chain team been at it for a while. We continue to mitigate global economic risks like tariffs and political biases by regionalizing part supply near its factories in North America, Berlin, and Shanghai. For example, in North America, our high-volume vehicle programs have over 85% North America content, and Shanghai vehicles have over 95% local content. Berlin has similar levels of regionalization as North America when you exclude the battery, and we are working on regionalizing the battery as well. This is a pre-pandemic strategy that we accelerated post-pandemic through supply diversification, dual sourcing, vertical integration, advanced analytics, and local partnerships to ensure supply chain resilience and production stability. Having said that, we're not 100% insulated, and these tariff risks are higher on our low volume platforms than the high volume ones.
Yeah. In fact, there's no more vertically integrated car company than Tesla. I mean, we're the most vertically integrated car company since, Henry Ford back in the day when they were doing mining iron and stuff, and growing rubber trees. So, we're not growing rubber trees and mining iron yet, but we have built a lithium refinery in South Texas, and it's the biggest lithium refinery outside of China, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
Once it's started.
Yeah, but its output potential would be the biggest lithium refinery outside.
Yeah, and we've got space to expand it if we need to build more.
Right. So, and then we've got the cathode refinery in Austin next to the GIGA factory. We've got to figure out what to do about the anode. That's an ongoing subject of discussion. The best of all possible worlds would be figuring out how to have no anode. Best anode, best part being no part. That's the dream of the lithium batteries, to be anode, not have an anode. But either way, we've got to have the anode, the cathode, and the lithium, and the electrolytes, and the separator to make a cell. But there's no other car company that is building lithium refineries and cathode refineries. We're ridiculously vertically integrated, and thus our best position to protect against supply chain disruptions.
Yeah.
Lonnie, do you want to talk about progress in the front?
Yeah, certainly for our in-house cells, we've multi-sourced every component, and we have every part coming from at least 2 different countries of origin, which is we started this, the supply chain team and the engineering team worked together on this for the last couple of years to put that together. It's not something we did in a couple of months. This is years of work. So we're in a good position to take advantage of that, and the insourcing of lithium and cathode, they're the 2 most critical parts of the battery. That's right in our backyard, and we're totally insulated from
oil. It needs to be in operation.
It needs to be in operation. Once they're running late.
We also make our own cells, by the way. So
Right.
Cell production. If you look, there's you make the anode, the cathode, the lithium, the electrolyte separator, the can, and then you got to put all that together in the cell factory. And there are entire companies that all they do is produce cells, but they don't do the other stuff. They don't refine lithium or the cathode or so our cell production is going quite well, and I think we're currently sort of the lowest cost per kilowatt hour.
Yeah, in the US for all the cells we purchase in North America.
Yeah, so it's
lowest cost to us.
Yeah, so we have the lowest cost per kilowatt hour, all things considered. So the Tesla cell is the most competitive cell. For a kilowatt hour put into a car, if it's a Tesla cell, it's lower cost than if it's a supplier cell.
Yeah, and the plan this year is to really build off that base. Getting to lowest cost is it's the hardest challenge for cell manufacturing. It's relatively easy to build a flashy product that does one thing well. To build something at high volume and low cost is super difficult, and we're kind of using that as a base to then build off and add performance in different areas for new products coming out.
Yeah. So
yeah, I mean, to Elon's point, there's a lot of advantages for regionalization. The most important thing is we're not tying up working capital for 6 to 8 weeks on the ocean. If there's a design change, then everything that's in transit basically has to be scrapped. Secondly, port disruptions, as we saw during COVID, can be very expensive because slight disconnects can shut down production. So then your only option is costly air expedite. It also gives us resilience in supply chain. If one region is down, we can bridge with others. It's more work to set up in the beginning, but it's critical to have when the need arises. Having said that, it's unrealistic to assume 100% regionalization across the board for specialized areas such as semiconductors. In such cases, our team works very closely with our partners to ensure we have strategic banks in place and a disruption doesn't impact production while we stand up the regional manufacturing for that particular commodity.
And I'll say like on the rest of the vehicle, like Elon was talking about with cells, we're also heavily vertically integrated. We import ingots, and turn them into castings. We recycle those in melt centers. The same thing with plastics, but it doesn't mean we're not exposed. We do have some areas where we use rare earth magnets, and we've been working for years to find alternative sources and bring those up, as well as we have our induction machines. And as we've mentioned in the past, we're working on ferrite motors for some time. So like, as Karn said, with our heavy regionalization percentages, we're definitely like the lowest, exposed to this, but we're not completely immune, as Bob mentioned in his opening remarks.
Great. Similarly related, on the battery side, does Tesla still have a battery supply constraint, as noted on the Q4 call, and does that change with tariffs?
So this is Karn. We've been working very hard to expand battery cell production in the U.S., both with vendors and what Bonnie mentioned earlier with the 4680 program. And we're also working on moving the upstream supply chain for battery cells to the United States for several years. And that strategy is really starting to pay off now. As it stands right now, we're not constrained on battery cell supply for vehicles. The recent tariffs do pose some challenges to Tesla Energy, like our CFO mentioned earlier, but it's something we've been anticipating and we should be able to resolve in a timely fashion. We actually have a plan in place and we're executing towards it. We also have some other sources coming online to supplement the shortfall. And then, of course, we have the L3 production that's happening in-house. We have a slight disconnect of aligning the right cells with the right packs. So that's the little bit of puzzle that we have to solve internally. But as far as cells go, there's no shortage.
Great. Thank you very much. The next question is, did Tesla experience any meaningful changes in order inflow rate in Q1 relating to all of the rumors of brand damage?
So in Q1, as mentioned earlier, we took the best-selling car of the last 2 years and ramped up all 4 of our global factories. And in less than 8 weeks, we've already gone to the rate of our previous Model Ys, the factories. So just kudos again to the team for the great job there. And despite the economic strain and negative articles that in California in Q1, Tesla remained the best-selling car, not just EV. And additionally, we had a record number of test drives globally in Q1 as well. So interest remains high. And so right now we continue to see, good interest still in the vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla's not immune to sort of the macro demand for cars.
Yes.
So when there is economic uncertainty, people generally want to pause on buying, doing a major capital purchase like a car. But as far as absent macro issues, we don't see any reduction in demand.
Correct. And that's where we continue to focus on affordability, and it's a fundamental focus there.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. The next question is regarding the Tesla Optimus pilot line. Could you confirm if it is currently operational? If so, what is the current production rate of Optimus bots per week? Additionally, how might the recent tariffs impact the scalability of this production line moving forward?
No, Optimus. I just want to emphasize, Optimus is still very much a development program. It's not a large volume production. That's why, this year, we'll make a few. We do expect to make thousands of Optimus robots, but most of that production is going to be at the end of the year. So almost everything in Optimus is new. There's not like an existing supply chain for the motors, gearboxes, electronics, actuators, really anything in the almost anything in the Optimus, apart from the AI for Tesla, the Tesla AI computer, which is the same as the one in the car. So when you have a new complex manufactured product, it'll move as fast as the slowest and least lucky component in the entire thing. And as a first order approximation, there's like 10,000 unique things. So that's why anyone who tells you they can predict with precision the production ramp of a truly new product doesn't know what they're talking about. It is literally impossible. So you go through this like series of constraints where it's like this part's the limiting factor now, that part's the limiting factor now, this part's the limiting factor, and multiply that by 1,000 basically. And then the rate of the production ramp is decided by how quickly you can solve each of those problems. Now, Optimus was affected, by the magnet issue from China, because the Optimus actuators in the ARM do use permanent magnets. Now, Tesla as a whole does not need to use permanent magnets, but when something is volume constrained, like an ARM of the robot, then you want to try to make the motors as small as possible. And then, so we did design in permanent magnets for those motors, and those were affected by the supply chain, by basically China requiring an export license to send out any rare earth magnets. So we're working through that with China. Hopefully we'll get a license to use the rare earth magnets. China wants some assurances that these are not used for military purposes, which obviously they're not. They're just going into a humanoid robot. So it's not a weapon system. But that is an example of a challenge there. But I'm confident we'll overcome these issues, and we'll, by the end of this year, have thousands of Optimus robots.
Great. Thank you very much. And the last question we already covered earlier, whether Robotaxi was still on track for this year. So with that, we can move on to analyst questions. The first question is going to come from Pierre at New Street. Pierre, please unmute yourself.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
That's great. So I'm super excited to hear Robotaxi and Optimus becoming the very tangible future for Tesla. But I have actually a question on the legacy, not the legacy, but the current auto business. And when I look back at the ramp of Model 3 a few years ago, I really saw it as being the iPhone of cars, a new product, completely reinvented, very different user experience, vastly superior, impossible to match for traditional competitors. And for the iPhone, it resulted in the high end of the smartphone market quadrupling in size, and actually Apple taking 60% market share. And so when you look at the Model 3 and the Model Y today, I think they are still really vastly superior to any other cars. And I wonder why they've taken about 15% of their addressable market and not more, actually. So another way to put it is, why are there so many people still buying BMWs and Mercedes, knowing that the Model 3 and the Model Ys are out there and available? And I wonder if you're trying to solve that riddle internally, if you understand why, what are these auto buyers who are not buying a Model 3 or a Model Y missing? And if you have ideas of things you could do to address that, maybe there is enormous value left on the table there. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering these days.
Yeah, the reality is that in the future, most people are not going to buy cars. So it's kind of what one could sort of say, look, if you think want to continue with your phone metaphor, you can remember the days of the flip phones when there was 100 different flip phone designs, and I would the mistake that manufacturers made was to try to make up many different variants of a flip phone, but which was a mistake. They should have made the iPhone. So because obviously everyone's going to want a smartphone, but in the beginning of when the iPhone came out, I was like, wow, I can't believe these guys are not reacting as though this is death. But they didn't. They kept making variants of flip phones. Nokia, I think at one point was the most valuable company in the world, or close to it. But they kept making flip phones. Trying to find another market niche. Maybe somebody wants a phone of a different style, maybe this different color or whatever it is. Nope, they just want a super intelligent phone that can do everything. Just one. So, I said this many years ago. In the future, in the not too distant future, buying a gasoline car that is not autonomous will be like riding a horse while using a flip phone. Some people still do it, but it's rare.
Great. Thank you. The next question comes from Emmanuel Rosner at Wolf. Emmanuel, please unmute yourself.
Great. Thanks for taking my question. So Elon, the public version of the FSD software still has a decent amount of, I guess, intermittent human interventions that are required. So what's still required for the software on your end to get to a level where it doesn't need to be supervised? And I'm asking that in the context of, obviously, the June launch being in the next couple of months. What still needs to happen?
And we are working on a number of items to
go ahead,
the
Joshua.
robustness. Yeah. We are aware of the interventions that are happening in the public builds, and that's why we are hardcore burning it down. And really just picking some initial launch city helps us focus on like solving all the issues that you face here. For example, like we're focusing on Austin, we're not like solving all the issues that customers in Boston or somewhere else might face. And then here we just have a big list of all the issues, just burn it down, and that's what the team is working on, along with other sort of like redundancy issues. For example, if one of the computers goes down right now in the customer fleet, it would like throw the red hands and ask you to take over, but we don't want that kind of situation. So you're solving both like the reliability issues of the autonomy software and also the reliability issues of the system software together for Austin.
Yeah, we just worked through a long tail of unusual interventions. So, and these are really very rare. Like as I was saying earlier, you have intervention every 10,000 miles. I mean, that's a lot of driving you got to do to even find one case where that happens.
Yeah, and some interventions are happening due to systematic missing functionality. For example, for handling emergency vehicles correctly, you don't need to consume audio as an input. But then the customer-facing versions don't have audio input, but the version that's going to be in Austin will have audio input and so on.
Okay, but would you have like remote operators, for example?
I mean, every now and then, if a car gets stuck or something, someone will unblock it. But it's just because we are a bit conservative and tend towards more safety than even if we get stuck every now and then. We do have remote support, but it's not going to be required for safe operation. If anything, it's just required for more availability.
Anyway, it's only a couple months away, so you can just see it for yourself in a couple months in Austin.
Great. Our next question comes from Edison at Deutsche Bank. Edison, please unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you very much for the question. So I want to ask about the Optimus supply chain going forward. You mentioned very fast ramp up. What do you envision that supply chain looking like? Is it going to require many more suppliers to be in the U.S. now because of the tariffs? How does one kind of think about what needs to happen there?
We have to see how things settle out. I don't know yet. Right. I mean, so some things we're doing, as we've already talked about, which is that we've already taken tremendous steps to localize our supply chain. I think we're more localized than any other manufacturer, and we have a lot of things underway that to increase the localization to reduce supply chain risk associated with geopolitical uncertainty.
Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah. Wanted to come back actually to the robotaxi then. Do you have a sense on how many cars or how big the scale will be initially and how that might ramp up? I know you're targeting, millions of vehicles in the second half kind of next year. But initially at launch, how many vehicles would be reasonable? And is it going to be as simple as if one goes to Austin, let's say in late June or July, you'll be able to request?
Yeah. We're still debating the exact number to start off on day one, but it's like, I don't know, maybe 10 or 20 vehicles on day one. Watch it carefully, then scale it up rapidly after that. So, we want to make sure that we're paying very close attention the first time this happens. But yeah, you'll be able to, end of June or July, just go to Austin and order a Tesla autonomous drive.
Great. The next question comes from George at Canaccord.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. It has to do with FSD pricing. Could we envision when you launch unsupervised FSD that there could be sort of a multi-tiered pricing approach to unsupervised versus supervised, similar to what you did with autopilot versus FSD in the past? Thank you.
I mean, this is something which we've been thinking about. I mean, just so you know, for people who have been trying FSD and who've been using FSD, they think even the current pricing is too cheap because for $99, you're basically getting a personal show.
Yeah, I mean, we do need to give people more time to if they want to look at, like a key breakpoint is, can you read your text messages or not?
Yes.
Can you write a text message or not? Because obviously people are doing this, by the way, with unautonomous cars all the time. And if you just go for a drive down the highway and you'll see people texting while driving, doing 80 miles an hour.
And putting the makeup on at the same time.
Yeah, putting on makeup, doing their hair with the mirror down, and texting and driving at 80 miles an hour. This is a common occurrence. So people eating lunch, you name it, shaving, So anyway, but right now the car is very insistent that you pay attention to the road, so which reduces the value somewhat, because it's very rigorous about you paying attention to the road, and we'll gradually lighten up on that with every few weeks or every month we'll relax that a little bit, make it so you can be more and more able to do things you want to do and not have the car demand your rigid attention. So that value, it'll really be profound when you can basically do whatever you want, including sleep, and then that $99 is going to seem like the best $99 you've ever spent in your life.
Great. And George, do you have a follow-up?
My follow-up is about geographic expansion. Just maybe discuss additional markets. There's been some news around India recently that you could launch this year and next. Thank you.
So yeah, I mean, we've been working on getting into India. India is a very hot market, and especially the current, and I don't want to talk just about tariffs, but the current tariff structure with India is that any car which we send in is subject to 70% tariff, also like a 30%, luxury tax on it. So, the same car which we're sending is like 100% more expensive than what it is. So that creates a lot of, anxiety. It's like, people feel, okay, they're paying too much for the car. And by the way, we're not getting the money. The local government is getting the money. And that's why we've been very careful trying to figure out when is the right time. Like I said, we are working on it. It would be a great market to enter because India has a big middle class, which we would want to tap in, and that is the market which we want to be in. But again, these kind of things create a little bit of tension, which we're trying to work around.
Great, thank you so much. The next question comes from Adam Jonas at Morgan Stanley. Go ahead, Adam. We can't hear you, Adam, so maybe we'll put you back in the queue and we'll move to Colin Langan from Wells Fargo while Adam figures out his audio. Colin, please unmute yourself.
Oh, great. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. You're still sticking with the vision-only approach. A lot of autonomous people still have a lot of concerns about, sun glare, fog, and dust. Any color on how you anticipate on getting around those issues? Because my understanding, it kind of blinds the camera when you get glare and stuff.
Actually, it does not blind the camera. We use an approach which is direct photon count. So when you see a processed image, so the image that goes from the with sort of photon counter, so the silicon photon counter, that then goes through a digital signal processor or image signal processor. That's normally what happens, and then then the image that you see looks all washed out because if you point the camera at the sun, the post-processing of the photon counting washes things out. It actually adds noise. So quite a big breakthrough that we made some time ago was to go with direct photon counting and bypass the image signal processor. And then you can drive pretty much straight at the sun, and you can also see in what appears to be the blackest of night. And then, in fog we can see as well as people can, probably better, but I'd say probably slightly better than people, than the average person anyway. Yeah.
So the camera is able to see when there's direct glare on it. I'm a little surprised by that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then there were obviously media reports the other day that the affordable model was delayed. Doesn't sound like that's correct. Those reports also talked about it being more of a cheaper version of the Model Y. Any color on what we should expect? Is it a cheaper version of the Model Y, or is it actually going to be a design change with it?
So I think Lars already covered it in answering one of the say.com questions. The real thing which we are trying to focus on is affordability. And using our existing lines, and there's always limitations when you're using existing lines as to how many different form factors can you bring to. So that's the way I would say you should think about it. And I don't know if Lars has anything more to add.
Yeah, I think I said this before in other calls, like, with the recent upgrades to the Model 3 and the Model Y platforms, we made some pretty great cars at pretty great prices, and we added a bunch of features and things like that. I think it's easy to consider that, moving forward, Tesla doesn't make bad cars, and we always make, our intent is not to make a car that is any worse than any car we've ever produced in the past. And so, the models that come out in the next months will be built on our lines and will resemble in form and shape the cars we currently make. And but the key is that they'll be affordable and you'll be able to buy one.
Great. We might have time for one last question. Adam, we'll try your audio again. You want to try to unmute yourself, Adam? All right. Unfortunately, still not working.
Sorry.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry, guys. Technology.
Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, in the February 28th Joe Rogan interview, Elon, you advocated for a ramp in tariffs to give people time to adjust. Otherwise, quote, you said the system would break and bad things would happen. So are things breaking yet? And if the tariffs as announced remain in place, when would things start breaking?
Well, at the risk of stating the obvious, I'm one of many advisors to the president. I'm not the president. So, but I've made my opinion clear to the president, and that and other people made their opinion clear to the president. He listens, he talks to many people, and he makes his decision. And I'm hopeful that the president will observe whether my predictions are more accurate than the predictions of others, and perhaps weigh my advice differently in the future. We shall see. I'm an advocate of predictable tariff structures, and generally I'm an advocate for free trade and lower tariffs. Now one does need to take a look at where if some country is doing something predatory with tariffs, or is providing extreme support for, if a government is providing extreme financial support for a particular industry, then you have to do something to counteract that. But I think that's on a case-by-case basis strategically. The president is the elected representative of the people, and is fully within his rights to do what he would like to do. So,
okay, Elon, I respect that. Just as a follow-up, and thanks again. Between China and the United States, who, in your opinion, is further ahead on the development of physical AI, specifically on humanoids, and also drones? I'd be interested. And is it even close? And kind of how? Serious. And,
well, I think the answer on drones. A friend of mine, Naval, made this, posted on X. I reposted it. I think a prophetic statement, which is any country that cannot manufacture its own drones is doomed to be the vassal state of any country that can. And America cannot currently manufacture its own drones. Let that sink in. Fortunately. China, I believe, manufactures about 70% of all drones. And if you look at the total supply chain, China is almost 100% of drones have a supply chain dependency on China. So China is in a very strong position. Here in America, and we need to shift more of our people and resources to manufacturing, because this is I have a lot of respect for China, because I think China is amazing, actually. But the United States does not have such a severe dependency on China for drones, and be unable to make them unless China gives us the parts, which is currently the situation. With respect to humanoid robots, I don't think there's any company in any country that can match Tesla. Tesla and SpaceX are number one. And then now I'm a little concerned that on the leaderboard, ranks 2 through 10 will be Chinese companies. But I'm confident that rank 1 will be Tesla.
Great. Well, I think that's unfortunately all the time we have for today. We appreciate all your questions and look forward to talking to you next quarter. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Whoa. Glasses on. Wow. Wowzers.
Okay,
Ooh.
guys, that was
the
a big
hardcore
show.
here.
Yep.
57 nuggets. Ooh.
we at first at the beginning, I felt that he was very down. He wasn't sharing a lot of information. just the basics, like we covered already. Pilot launch of robotaxi in Austin is June is on track. That was a key thing. But as the questions went on, there was a lot of incredible new information that was explained. I think my list is, robotaxi. It's going to be out this year in June. It's going to be maybe 10 to 20 cars at the very, very beginning. It'll ramp up by the end of the year, multiple cities, as he's been saying, that you will be able to drive. The unsupervised will be released to consumers in Austin sometime this year, or California sometime the end of this year. So all of that's looking really good. The new models, the new vehicles sounds like, and I think he confirmed at the end here, Lars, that it is a stripped down Model Y, those kind of cars, Model 3, Model Ys, using the same form factor and design as the current, they're limited in what they can do. So
that's not what he said.
Okay. Yep. That's what I read. Are you saying something different? Yeah.
No, he said that first off,
mm-hmm.
Tesla is going to make cars that have less than the current long range Model Y. They do that in every single series that they make. They'll make a rear wheel drive version. They'll make a short range or mid range. I didn't hear what I heard.
The words he said was this. He said the models that come out will resemble the form and shape as the current cars.
Yes, they have to, because they're built on the same lines. Doesn't mean that it's a stripped down version of the current car, though.
Oh, well, I meant to say that it's basically the same, the form and shape of a Model Y. That's what I'm saying. And then basically a lot of the things inside of it will be very different. But yeah, it's not going to be a Mini, a Max. It's not going to be a different form factor.
Yeah, I mean, there's, I don't know why would they even call it out separately? If you think about it, like every year they release a series of cars. There's a short range, a rear wheel drive, a long range, a performance version. They don't call the performance version of the Model Y coming out, all new models coming out. They don't do that every year when they do that. So I still think that it could be something along the lines of a smaller and then a larger capacity vehicle, but of that form factor and of that manufacturing style. I think there have been questions out there of, is it going to be Cybercab like, but with a steering wheel? And I've always said that can't be the case. They're going to be supply constrained on the unboxed model, on the Cybercab, bringing that up, and it would be incredibly high cost to do that. And that doesn't leverage the Model 3 and the Model Y lines by doing that.
Okay. Anybody else? What did you guys get out of this?
I will defer to Jeff on production lines. That's not my wheelhouse. So I agree with Jeff.
Well, I was just answering the question on it to me, because it sounded like Herbert, you're saying like they're going to do is strip down versions of the car, and I didn't. All I heard was we're going to leverage this. It's everything that's been written. There was no new information, except that there's no new information actually released. I didn't hear one word that changed that went in one direction versus another on the affordable vehicles. Other than that, I guess there's multiple of them, but I didn't hear one thing. But my overall summary of the call was, I thought Elon's mood was good. I thought the information was pretty tight in the beginning, and then they started loosening up and sharing more. I think it was a lot of the things that we've been talking about for the last couple of months. Every news publication's talking about brand damage or brain damage, whatever you want to call it. And Tesla basically, every time that question came up, they said, you remember, we transitioned the highest volume vehicle in the world. It took a series of weeks to do that, and we did it, and it's done. And we're not seeing any impact from that. He did cite macro. He said we're not immune to macro, which is totally a rational thing to say. They reiterated all the dates on unsupervised, and he started talking about intervention rates. I don't think that we've seen yet. So I think you brought that up too, Herbert. I think that's something to discuss. They said there's outsized impact on energy as it relates to tariffs and battery supply. It's Cern Budoraj, who is the VP of the electrical side of the supply chain, got on the call, and he talked about the fact that they pretty much solved the car battery constraint, but they're still working through the stationary constraint. But he says that they have a path. That was actually encouraging for me to hear. I didn't think that they would be that far along on a path to solving that. So that's actually really good to hear.
That
What
was a
else?
huge point. Yeah. And on the new models, when I think about what else there, I have that as point nugget number 33. The new models, they said they're very coy about how they described it, but they said new models focus on equalization, flexibility within existing production lines to deliver low-cost ownership, to differentiate as well through affordable monthly payments. It was kind of like it was the CFO guy who was mentioning that. So and also the other guy, they want to work within their existing framework. Again, limiting their capex for 2025 until things become more certain. So that's the piece I got. And also, yes, Jeff, not battery constraint for vehicles, which was huge, and that changed quarter over quarter, from what I recall.
The biggest
They commented too on the. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say they commented on the capex implications of the tariffs, which I haven't actually been talking too much about, but that will impact a lot of new capex bring up, because a lot of that capex is created in China and other countries as well, which would be tariffed coming into the U.S. So there's implications of that too. Sorry, Cern.
Yeah, and stock up $12 in after hours, $11 during the day, $2.50 for those other.
In terms of the low-cost vehicles, the affordable models, the biggest thing I heard was that the focus there is to fully utilize the factories.
Yep, exactly.
So that may have some implications for production and delivery estimates. So we'll see how that changes.
And they also said that the production ramp, were they referring to this low cost when they said that the production ramp is slower than they initially thought, but they're still on track to launching it right now? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they're dealing with, like any company, when you build a new product, everything is you're kind of starting from anew. It depends on what percentage of the material you're ultimately changing. But when you're ramping from basically a state of zero, and then you have this tariff environment you're battling, it slows things down. You're trying to figure out, is the supplier, what portion is the supplier paying? What am I paying? Do we even have the right import lane? There's all these kinds of things that need to be figured out. So the tariffs have just overlaid a tremendous amount of complexity, both on existing operations and definitely on a new operation. So I wouldn't be surprised. But I think also any company that's launching a new product can kind of pull the tariff shield out and say, hey, I got hit by tariffs. And even though there may be other challenges that they're dealing with to get the model released. So I am baffled. So I understand all the different points on the newer affordable vehicles. It would be weird for them to make this big production about it, and all it is the Mexico version of the Model 3. And they made all this production. They made this special paragraph in earnings statements to talk about the Mexico version of the Model 3. I just don't see them doing that. I see this being something more functional. So is it a hatchback, smaller version, go into more geographies? Is it also a larger version on the Model Y frame and kind of on using that same capex? Again, we're all speculating until we actually see it. But I think they'll also be released at different times. So I don't think we'll get the full answer on the first release.
Yeah, I think it'll have elements of the Cybercab robotaxi. I think they're going to sneak a couple of things in there. Not sure what, though. And I'm wondering, would it even be legal for a road car to have that type of synthetic plastic molded body?
I think they did say that they've already pre-tested crash tests on the Cybercab, that it is as safe as the regular cars that they're making.
Good.
Yeah.
So this was sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I would just say, think of the Cybercab as the way it looks and the way it's constructed, that external shell, is really to get it into the unboxed model and get rid of the paint shop. everything underlying in terms of its frame, its integrity, the castings are going to give it the crash resistance and performance. The things we won't know today are like what's the cost per repair, how do repairs work, all these kind of different things. How do you deal with color shifts, right? If I get a new door, how does that work? There's all kinds of things I think they need to work through. But in terms of like, how did they design this thing so it can structurally be a road safe vehicle? I'm sure that was all considered in the actual core design, the castings, and then this insert molded polyurethane filled reaction injection molded process. That's more cosmetic to make it look and to make it function inside of Unbox, but the core frame is the underlying reliability, integrity. Sorry.
No, at the end of the day, this was very similar to a normal earnings call, right? You guys didn't think that there was anything special in terms of company update. They didn't present any new models. They didn't present the details of the robotaxi except for answering questions.
Yep.
Yeah.
The robotaxi comments were interesting. I think for me that was the most significant thing, where Elon talked about having millions of Teslas operating autonomously in the second half of 2026. Now, I guess that doesn't necessarily mean that those millions are all on the robotaxi network. This means that they may have turned on unsupervised FSD for everybody in North America. Right. So I guess we have to parse some of that, because if it is millions in robotaxi, that would be huge news. That's way beyond any numbers that I have in my model for 2026. But when you think about that, unless they're ramping up Cybercab to crazy numbers already by then, which I don't see how they can, they're just really getting production going in 2026.
Yeah.
Then it's the existing fleet in North America. And then the question is, how many of those are hardware 4? And then how many of those people are going to opt into the robotaxi network at that point? So I don't know how you get millions in the robotaxi network, but you can certainly get millions of autonomously operating vehicles.
Yeah, and he did say a couple of little clues there. First of all, they did stress safety, sophisticated simulations for safety, remote operators in rare cases for the Cybercab. But they did say sleeping your Tesla is coming by end of 2025, which to me is unsupervised, because we didn't think we were going to get that till 2026. Did anybody else
surprise.
Did anyone else pick up on that nugget, or was I just dreaming? Little fantasy. So that
I thought
huge.
he said next year. Previously, that was next year, your personal vehicle being able to operate unsupervised. I thought that was next year.
Yeah.
And then he said end of this year. I thought that was new.
And day one, 10 to 20 vehicles, and then a very rapid ramp after that. But they just want to make sure they dial in the safety first. I think what's throttling their scale is safety. They do not want an accident to happen. And that's very clear, because you imagine what the media would do to him if that happened. They'd tear him apart.
But same time, he's also hinting, I think, that they're already at 10,000 miles per safety for dense engagements. So a couple of things, right, that I think should move the market. One is Doge. Jeff, you were predicting this. He came out and said it. He said, I will need to keep a remainder of, we'll spend, my work with Doge is mostly done. And I think starting next month in May, my time allocation to Doge will drop significantly, basically 1 or 2 days per week for the rest of the term. But that means next May, he's kind of like stepping down. He tried to be very careful about that. There was no brand damage. I think you've clarified that as well. Tesla's not immune to macro demand to cars, but as far we don't see any reduction in demand absent macro. So
in the beginning, they kind of said both things, Herbert. I don't know if you heard the same thing I did. They said exactly what you said at the end when they were answering the question in say.com. And in the beginning, they said, hey, there's, violent protests, there was disruption around our.
Yes.
So they kind of said a little bit of everything. But I think the highest order bit, the whole takeaway from that was the reason that there were 100,000 less cars produced in a typical quarter is we were changing our lines over. And that's we've been preaching the entire quarter, low inventory, do the changeover. They did say that they were building the legacy Model Y into the middle part of February, but that's basically just it's kind of a grinding operation to get it down to very, very few and then stop it and then clear the channel. And then the new Model Y started meeting it at the end of February, beginning of March. So really, we didn't get a lot of new Model Y in the quarter, which was kind of, what we expected. So I mean, it was the changeover. Everybody was just wanted to say it was something else because it sounds more salacious for Rolling Stone and Better Homes and Gardens and Teen Vogue to say that, there's a big sales problem and people are protesting and nobody wants to buy a Tesla. And it's also kind of a coastal thing. I'm not bashing anybody on the East or West Coast, but it also felt kind of more of like a coastal theme versus like, hey, this is not actually, I mean, there's something happening. It's some number greater than zero, but we're not building 100,000 less cars because there's some major demand issue. We're changing our lines over.
Yeah. And then the analyst questions were they're getting worse every quarter. So can somebody check in on them, make sure they're okay? Like literally.
If they can find the button.
The sun glare. I mean, you can grok that and get the answer yourself. Why ask that question? Although
Because
Elon
they don't use
is
Grok.
spectacular.
Because they don't use Grok and they don't even see what's coming with AI for their jobs. This is gonna be brutal for these poor guys. Maybe Cern, maybe we should give those analysts a car so they can make some money. Can I jump in and just say what we probably did say, but I think the biggest news of it all was how they were dancing around the fact that the cheaper models are, no doubt about it, cheaper versions of the Model 3 and the Model Y. And I mean, I love it because that's the most cost efficient. And obviously they tried not to say it, but it became so clear from dancing around the question and the answer. So I think we just have to, see the good side of it. And I think they're right on not putting it too obviously out there because we've got a Model Y just launched and it's a fabulous car and it shouldn't be Osborne. But on the other hand, why invent form factors if you're trying to be in a very cost efficient period and you have the best selling car and you know that this form factor is a success story all over the world. So they made the logical decision, and I'm all here for it.
I didn't get that takeaway.
You did not? What did you get?
No, I just here's the logic that I'm playing, and everybody can jump in and correct or just weigh in. Why would you take a paragraph in 3 of your last earnings reports and dedicate it to new affordable models? Why would you take when you do that all the time? You release rear-wheel drive versions, short-range versions. You did the Model 3 for Mexico with the textile seats. You did the Cybertruck with the textile. They didn't dedicate paragraphs in the earnings reports for those models, and those are the existing manufacturing frame, the existing castings, the existing shell of the product, and then they're defeaturing inside of the product. So I don't believe that the affordable models are just that. I believe that they are built on those lines, but they still could be. I'm not saying it's 100%. I'm just saying they're more likely to be something different, like a larger Model Y and a smaller Model Y versus it's just a Model Y, but here's a performance version. Here's one with textile seats. I don't know why they would dedicate all that real estate in the earnings announcement.
I'm not saying it's just a textile version, but I'm saying it is going to be on that form factor. And I agree with you that it will be much more than just textile seats. It will be shorter range. It may be a shorter car. It may be actually a longer car.
Then we're saying the same thing. Yeah.
But the form factor, the base of it is the new Model Y in different versions, and it's going to be significantly different than just having an all-wheel and just a front.
Yep. Okay.
Whatever.
But then we're saying the same thing.
Now when you read
we're
what
still
he's,
on sexy, that's what I mean.
Yeah. When Laura said this, I think you're right. I mean, I can see what you're saying now, Jeff. It says the models that come out will resemble the form and shape as the current cars. The form and shape doesn't that mean it's going to be exactly the same Model Y. I can see how you can read it either way, but okay.
Yeah, I see it. I can see it either way. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
anyway. I just logically I don't see them dedicating all this time and energy and verbiage around it if they're just defeaturing and up-featuring in the same exact thing. So we'll see.
I mean, a
And
couple.
it probably was also something that was evolving. I think it may have been that 9 months ago,
Yeah.
it was going to be significantly different. And then once they decided,
True.
these are the lines, this is the capital efficiency that we want to have,
Yeah.
this is where we want to go. It doesn't really matter if we suddenly have a new model. It matters more that it gets affordable. That's our priority. And we want to stamp them out. We want to stamp them out at high speed. And
Mhm.
so at one point, you have to make a concession. And so the concession might have been to be close.
There was one piece that I think we've killed the affordable Model 2 to death. I think the Cybercab and the Optimus are the most important things.
Yes.
But that being said, there was a little bit of nasty news there with the magnets and the arms, and they are constrained by China right now. They need the export license or something for the rare earth magnets and not to be used for military. At least it sounds like they've gone down the
Jeff knew
path.
that.
And they
Jeff, remember?
Jeff has
Jeff
been
knew
reporting
that 10
that.
days ago, gave us a lesson on all the different things
Yeah.
in a magnet.
Magnets
Jeff, you're
and
just such a genius.
genius. Knowledge, experience. It's not
No.
genius. It's experience.
No.
Don't
No,
fade
no,
Jeff.
no.
Yes, for sure. But,
No.
at least
yeah.
it sounds like they're solving the problem. They're aware of it and they're negotiating back and forth. So
Yeah, they're negotiating for a everybody has to negotiate for a license. Some are going to get it, some aren't. Some, some are in worse positions. It all depends kind of how China feels at the moment. So how strict, they want to come down. If we started, what we did with the H20s with NVIDIA, I'm sure didn't help any of this. So this is a very tenuous thing. I'm sure Tesla didn't want to necessarily disclose everything on the call, but some products don't have the luxury of being able to design around rare earths because some of these rare earths are enabling the size and performance of magnets that you can't get in non-rare earth form. So some people are going to figure out different ways on how to do this. Tesla needs the export license, but they're going to get enough magnets, I think, to keep Optimus going. I'm sure that they can negotiate it, but they need to negotiate the mass production, the viable mass production solution. And I could see them, they kind of hinted to it, but I could see them potentially like, okay, we've got this lithium thing up and going. Should we start looking at other things that could constrain us in the future? I know that's the way that Elon thinks as well, kind of in multi-year blocks of, all right, do I have enough silicon capacity with TSMC? Start thinking through all these different things on a longer time horizon than, 1 to 3 quarters.
The thing that I heard,
Everybody's going to get hit with rare earths. Sorry, everyone's going to get hit with rare earths. It's just going to be a different level until we unblock it. Sorry, Cern.
No, that's fine. The thing that I heard on Optimus was a little bit negative, in my opinion. Elon talked about thousands of Optimus working in Tesla factories later this year, right? And then he commented that it's going to scale faster than any product in history, which is consistent with what he said in the past. But then when he put numbers behind that, it was a lot lower than what he's previously said. So he said, something like making 1 million within 5 years, and he said maybe 4 years
per year.
Per year.
Per year, yeah.
But previously he talked about
2030, maybe 2029.
Yeah. So previously he talked about making 5,000 this year, 2025, 10xing that, so 50,000 in 2026, 10xing that, 500,000 in 2027, right? And then 10xing that, 5 million in 2028. Now he's talking about 1 million in 29, maybe 2030.
Yeah.
So he's been a little bit all over the place on that in the last, I would say, 12 months. But this, for me, was a little bit lower than the past. Is it significant? Probably not. But he did also say that Optimus is still a development platform. So he seems like he's backtracking a little bit on expectations for Optimus as a product.
Also, no mention of Dojo. I would have wished there was, some confirmation after we saw the Rex. I mean, I have a couple of things where I thought a little bit more would have been nice.
Yeah, Dojo or compute.
There's so many more questions the analysts could have asked.
Oh, the analyst
Oh my
questions.
God.
Don't get me started, Cern. they're just really like putting a pin in themselves, literally. Anyway, let me see. There was another couple of very profound items. I got the 57 nuggets written down. Yeah, I think the good one for the market, I was watching just to say, but I watched the stock price on one screen and I watch what Elon says on the other. And literally the stock bounced $3 when he said he's only going to be 1 day a week at the government. So the market liked that. And they liked the stuff about robotaxi that's real. And he was also sassy with some of the questions too. He said, just, it's coming in a few weeks. Come to Austin and test it out yourself. I thought that was very good. Kind of clap back at the question.
I also liked, if I may interrupt you, I also liked when he said the market will get it next year because the financial consequences of full self-drive will be middle of 2026. And I think that's, a good anchor to have from him, because we were always speculating. I mean, Herbert, I don't know how many discussions we had about 2026 being the most important year financially, but he doesn't expect the stock to reflect that before that happens.
Now that I think about it a little bit more, this is a very good call, right? Doge, he's leaving next month. No brand damage. Or, again, like you said, one part they kind of said yes, but he didn't say no.
Yeah.
Robotaxi is absolutely on track. They felt very confident about FSD unsupervised and made many statements about how they're going to get to allowing us to sleep in our cars. Cybercab is still on track. Everything is coming together there. I didn't hear any delay there. The new models are still on track, right? We're debating what did he actually even say, but it's still on track. No more battery constraint. And Optimus still 1,000 this year. Cern, I know that maybe in the future years, but this year still thousands. And of course, the tariff is going to throw. And the tariff situation and supply chain, as Jeff has been warning, could definitely throw all of this into concern. That's why they can't be as precise. But at this point, still on track. Humanoid robots, like we are, there's no one as close to us in terms of autonomy. We're going to have 90%. In one point, he even said 99%.
9%, yeah.
Way more money.
It's like way more money.
That's the business model. That's the business model commentary they made on Robotaxi. That was one of the more important takeaways, like their take on what their market share would be. And it's a function of once the technology meets these milestones, the business model is uncatchable. And I don't think it's been looked at properly by. I think there's analysts trying to again be these faux, fake, technical. I looked at some filing from Waymo and they said they're doing this. Well, I'm like, how are they measuring that? Oh, I don't know, but there's a number written somewhere, so I'm using it. And then there's some analysts on the call talking about sunlight coming in the cameras and they're not going to be able to figure, like they're not they have an unsolvable problem that they can't deal with, computer vision, and you're going to trip them up on you're going to figure out the FSD system is not functional on an earnings call. That was like somebody's writing those questions down. So very bizarre, but they just skipped over the business model. Analysts have been skipping over the fact that the business model is a winner once the technical milestones are achieved. And what Tesla is telling you is they are 10x improving it every time they do these major releases. But we need to see, ultimately, where is this 1 in 10,000? When are we getting into a vehicle that functions like the 1 in 10,000, Herbert, that you talked about earlier, that Elon mentioned on the call? When are we jumping into that vehicle? That would have been my question. When is that the June? Is that what we're riding around in June? And are you driving around in it today, Elon and Ashok?
Yeah, and that question, just to hammer on that, how bad the analysts are. He's Colin Langan from Wells Fargo is just doing Wells Fargo a disservice. His work so far for the last 6 months was to reduce the price target of Tesla from $135 to $130. The guy is a freaking clown. Yeah. I made a video last year about the clown analysts, and literally the top 10 are all so bad that it's utter clown show.
Yeah, I like the discussion with the comparison to Waymo, because so many people don't understand. Waymo buys cars and then retrofits them.
Yes.
So whatever they do, and then it's obviously in a geographically mapped area. But whatever they do, they rely on another car. They have no access other than the material they add to it. While we are having our custom built cars with our custom built chip that is done exactly for that purpose, that can be updated at any moment, and that can be operational anywhere and everywhere. And you really have the feeling these analysts don't understand the basic difference of these two, yet it's so fundamental. It's one thing, it feels like you could have put an old flip phone and put a screen to it, right? That's the Waymo version.
Exactly.
Or you now have a smartphone, and they don't seem to want to understand it.
There was one little piece that I found very profound too. I kind of ranked the 57 bullets in priority. One was, and this will go back to the stuff that Jeff has been saying for years, that the factory is the product. And they talked about the unboxed process with a full-scale test line planned soon, and 3 meters per second, coming off the line. They said it's actually still slow, a car every 5 seconds, but the unboxed process will make the factory itself as critical as anything else, or more critical. And it'll be a new global standard for how things are made. And that was, again, Jeff, shout out to you, because you've been talking about this for a long time. The factory is
It's the cost of capital. The cost of capital is going to be, they're going to make it so low that they're going to be able to change the scheme. And this is what Cern has been studying. Alexander's been talking about. Herbert's had hosted all these shows about, like, the business model for vehicles are going to change. And the way you unlock that is you don't build them the same way you did before at the same cost structure. You lower that cost of entry. And they've done it two ways. One is by having this dormant low-cost hardware inside of all the conventional Teslas today. And that's what I think he's talking about, millions of scale by the second half of the year, having that capability. And then coming over the top and saying, I'm going to take the number one selling car, I'm going to cut the COGS in nearly half, and then I'm going to start serving a segment from a cost structure that I've never been able to serve before, and make the cost of capital lower on these new purpose-built vehicles. So it's going to make it difficult to catch from a cost model. And I know other people on the other side of this debate will be having, well, BYD's making cars that their average transaction price is below $20,000, but they don't have the computer vision technology and the billions of dollars of Cortex. They don't have all that figured out and how to get it engineered and working properly. That's a big, kind of a big variable.
Yeah. It's another new candle on Bitcoin too. I mean, the markets are just pumping all across the board. It's pretty incredible. So
you got to like that.
It is. And if you don't mind, I will let you go, because I will be
We're
in less than
closing
2
now.
hours on news. Oh,
you're going to be on Bloomberg, and you're going to be on Newsmax. Okay,
Exactly.
thank you.
Thank
you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Herbert. A couple of quick things. Just a reminder that the 1 or 2 days of week for Elon at Doge, it's a 7-day week that he's talking about, not 5 days.
There you go.
Good point.
And then the last thing I'd leave you with is Tesla getting into the drone business.
I think so. I've been saying it.
Why not? It has the components.
It's got everything.
And the only one who knows how to do it well.
This all goes back to national security, which I'm guarantee you, if these conversations have been had for the last 6 months, US is.
And you know what? I actually like that he stays close to Trump. He said, I'm going to stay close to Trump until the end of his term, if things go the way he thinks. I really like that. I mean, I know that there are lots of haters out there, but I think this is really going to help us.
Yeah,
I know there's some people who thought that this earnings call wasn't a good call. Love to do a show with them. I think so too. So if there's somebody out there who thinks that, it'd be good to hear their opinion. Okay, thank you guys very much. Power panel, as always. Thank you for joining us, everybody.
Good job, Herbert.
We'll see you guys.
Thank you, Herbert,
Bye-bye.
for organizing everything. And Cern, Jeff, Alexandra, ciao.
Cern, James, Alexandra.
Bye-bye.